Okay, I guess I am live. Why is that loading so slow? My goodness, what do I gotta open? Nothing. Good morning, everyone. This is gonna be an early stream. I was up early. I'm gonna do Daytona. Last stream, if you looked back in my videos on demand, I did like all of Speed Weeks, the Bush Clash practice all the way through to the 125s, and now we're up to the Goodies 300. This is the old basic Speed Weeks that we had when I was younger and all the way through the early 2000s. It was like this. So anyway, I'm at this race. I don't have a car in this race, but my dad does. My dad is running with the 72 Mike Dillon. It was a brand new team, and Dad got it started all through the winter, and he ended up leaving pretty early in the spring, but he was still there for this race. So I'm going to play it. I hope you enjoy it. I'll click that so I can see y'all better. Yeah, it's early. Puppies and kitties got me up early, and I couldn't get back to sleep, so I was reviewing some more races, of course. 1996 Busch Grand National Goodies 300, the Goodies Headache Powder 300, and the Cup race I'm going to play. They're both satellite feeds, so I might skip forward through some stuff, especially in the 500, because it just like goes green forever and ever and ever and ever. And I like watching the pit stops and the strategies. So we'll play that by ear, but we'll play this one through. Daytona 96. And I was probably on the race hauler, I would imagine. Back with the spam car. We were with the spam car, so I basically stayed back there or was on top of the hauler if the Busch race was running.
Maybe a first-time winner. Take a look. Back in row 4 on the outside. Randy LaJoy. He has finished second twice on the Speedways. Still looking for his first victory. How about inside of him, starting in 7th spot? Vermont's Kevin LePage came here with no sponsor on the card. Great qualifying effort. Moving up the grid in the top 10. Tracy Leslie, his only win came 3 years ago in the short track at Indianapolis Raceway Park. Mike McLaughlin starts 3rd, and he has 1 win. That's at Dover, Delaware. But up front on the pole with a qualifying effort, even faster than Dale Earnhardt's pole-winning speed for the 500, is Jeff Purvis. Purvis has never won a Busch Series event. And remember last Sunday when he won the ARCA 200, he climbed out of the car and dedicated that victory to the memory of Neil Bonnet. And look today on his dashboard, he carries the spirit of Neil Bonnet with him once again. But there's more on some drivers' minds than just winning. With more on that, here's Bill Weber.
Here's one car that's very familiar with the front of the field, the number 3 Goodwrench Chevrolet Monte Carlo driven by Jeff Green. In fact, in first round qualifying, he was 5th fastest. But when he came back from that qualifying run, his spoiler measured 42 degrees, below the minimum of 45 mandated by NASCAR. His time was disallowed. Jeff went in second round qualifying. He'll start 27th. Now, Dr. Punch talked about Chad Little. Last year, last to first. This year, Chad starts 30th, his best starting position here in 3 years. He has a new car in a Pontiac, a new sponsor, and as of this morning, a new motor. His 4th motor in 6 days. And talk about teams that have had trouble. Well, way back there near the rear of the field, you will find Dennis Setzer, a talented 2-time winner in the Busch Series. Now, this year, he drives for Aiken Sutton Motorsports, the team that finished 9th in Busch points 1 year ago. But it has been a frustrating week for that team. They had to take a provisional. Dennis Setzer starts 43rd.
There's my dad's car on the left, the 72. My son runs that paint sometime in a B class.
It takes to be successful. Many teams will take a top 20 finish, take their points, and take their car home in one piece. Now let's go up top to Benny Parsons and Kyle Petty.
Jerry Punch mentioned the 13 Winston Cup drivers that will start the Daytona 500 tomorrow in this field. Here's a Winston Cup driver. Why aren't you down there sitting in the booth with us?
I guess, Benny, because when I mess up here, it doesn't hurt as bad when y'all slam me as it does when I run into these walls head on out here.
Do Winston Cup drivers view this as a dangerous race?
I don't think they view it as a dangerous race. I think they view it, you know, as a race that they can go out and get some laps in early in the season. But can it be a dangerous race? It can in some aspects. I think the last couple of laps of last year's race, when they all piled up coming out of 4 here, there were some sore drivers Monday or Sunday morning getting ready to go into the 500.
Can the drivers learn anything today that will help them win the Daytona 500?
I think so more now in the last couple of years than they ever could before, especially since we've gone to the 9-to-1, to the V8s again, to the weight being close to the same. The wheelbases are a little same, but you'll notice the Pontiac, the Ford, and the Chevy are the same body style. So, yes, I think they learn just a little bit. Whether it gives them an advantage, I don't think so on Sunday, but they learn a little bit anyhow.
All right, Bob, we can slam Kyle right in the wall if we want to. It won't hurt as bad as a race car, but he will say we can slam him in the wall.
Okay, well, the 46 cars that are going to race today have been started. And in just a moment, we'll come back for the green flag for 300 miles, 120 laps of racing at Daytona.
There is one other driver I will watch always in these Busch races because of him being a family friend and a lifelong friend of mine. He's in the 47. My dad will end up working for that team later on in the year, I think at Atlanta.
You got it.
I like hearing the behind the scenes sometimes. It's pretty funny. If it's got like a lot of static like that does, I might fast forward.
Kyle, you got something to ride on? Here we go, Kyle. Here's the end cars.
Okay. 1911. All right.
Side eye.
The Phoenix race car will get a sponsor of David Lee Murphy, and he was always in the pits, a very kind man too. He would always ask me where another crew member was because he had a crush on her. I like being the middleman like that. It's fun. So anyway, I think this will be a pretty good race for both of these guys that I watch. I also follow, like Mike McLaughlin just went by and Randy LaJoy, because Birdie works on that car. And a 52, that's a Northern team as well, I believe.
People, just like a dime store.
But yeah, that's Sunoco 47. Jeff Fuller brought the Sunoco sponsorship into the Southern Racing at this time here in 95, actually in 96. He is coming off the Rookie of the Year, and he finished 10th in points in 95, so he was well accomplished even before he got there. I think he's the 5th most winning Whelen Tour driver there is right now. Well, modified driver in the stats. I think it's like 34 wins or something, maybe more. I might be wrong. I was looking it up the other day. It's approximately that. But yeah, that's it's a great series. We did it Busch North a lot too. before I came south, because Bush North
Mikey,
was
don't
at
talk any more than you
Monadnock.
have to.
Who is that?
Dave Dion was my favorite, and well, call him Dave Dion. Dave Dion is like one of our family's friends,
We
and
don't want you to come
now
up
he
here
knows
and
I
give us
was
your germs.
he was my favorite, so
from me.
he says I have to hug him every time I see him
Who
now.
stopped there
Which
on
is
the
okay.
back stretch?
Kevin
Dave
LePage
is cool.
appears to be.
Not anymore. No, it's Leslie. There's your first
shut.
mistake.
Oh, well.
That's our new deal in the drivers' meeting was if you have to change your steering wheel location, stop in the middle of the backstretch. Don't stop over here on pit road, and don't stop anywhere but on the backstretch to move your steering wheel.
Really?
That's what they told us. That's their new thing. If you stop over here, they said there could be ramifications later. I don't know why. They wanted to look everybody to pull off, no matter where your steering wheel is, whether it's in your lap. They want you to pull off and it to look good. They figure nobody can see you over there. They forgot about TV.
Kyle, just watch the race for a little bit. Don't worry about the numbers, you know. You'll get a feel for it as we go. And you see something that, you know, just jump in anytime.
Daytona has changed so much. That's what I had just said. Yeah. That view of that bleachers right there. See that?
Better said than
That
you did
set
it.
of bleachers. Watch this.
Well, I just stupid monitor. I have no sense of the dramatic. That's the.
There I am right there. That was taken that weekend, actually, that I was there. So if you see some blonde chick and some redhead chick, this is my friend Lori. She scored for Bobby Labonte. So I was with Lake Speed at the time, but I was just there for fun.
I've got a tattoo right across the top of my head, and when my hair recedes that far, I'm going to shave my head. So I'm going from one extreme to the other.
That would be something.
Kyle with a shaved head.
From one extreme all the way to the other.
But you need a beard with the reverse sideburns.
Yeah.
I love that. You know,
Yeah.
Wow, this is like too much. TMI. Let's get there.
Starts in 7th position
Oh,
alongside
oops,
Randy
but too far.
To the other.
Son of a gun.
4 set to take the green flag next time
Here we
around.
go.
Let's take a look at the Suzuki starting grid with the pole sitter Jeff Purvis, faster than Dale Earnhardt's Winston Cup effort.
All right, let's
Joe
watch
Nemechek,
this. I know
who
my
won
gain
the
is all
pole for the
screwed
most
up on my
recent Busch Grand National Racing
mic,
Homestead
so
last
let's
year
go.
outside of row number 1. Second row consists of Mike McLaughlin from Waterloo, New York, car number 34, and Steve Grissom in car number 29. The third row, Tracy Leslie, car number 11, and 43, Rodney Combs. Kevin LePage starts in 7th position alongside Randy LaJoy. Starting 9th and 10th will be Larry Pearson and Pete Orr. 11th and 12th, Hut Strickland and Jason Keller. Phil Parsons and Todd Bodine make up row number 7. In the 8th row, it's Jim Bound and Dale Jarrett. Bobby Labonte and Joe Bessie go from row number 9. In the 10th row, it's Curtis Markham and Derek Cope. Row number 11 will be Lonnie Rush and Terry Labonte. And as you take a look at the rest of the starting lineup, BP, tell us about all of our in-car cameras that we have today. We've got a total of 7 to complement our coverage.
That was Hermie Sadler we just saw, the Peebles department store. This is Jimmy Spencer, the Wagner Brakes camera. This is from the roof of his car. Car number 20. And there's the field getting ganged up, ready for a start. We see the light is out atop the pace car. We'll see green the next time by.
30 Chevys, 12 Fords, and 4 Pontiacs are set to do battle on a very cool afternoon in Central Florida. The temperature isn't expected to reach 60 here today. However, for tomorrow's Daytona 500, a warming trend is supposed to settle in and a beautiful 65-degree day for the 500. A big crowd on hand here for this one, despite the cool weather. This always is one of the best races that we see in the Busch Grand National Series. Look at the crowd there. Wow. 120 laps of competition.
It is facts. You saw that picture of me. I had on a jean jacket, a sweater, and a long sleeve turtleneck this day. It was very, very chilly.
Setzer, who's starting at the tail end of the pack, stopped on the first parade lap and topped his tank off just to make sure that he could run that extra lap in case he needed to.
Beautiful overhead shot as the cars come off of the fourth corner, and now the pace car turns on to pit road. We are set to go racing in the Goodies 300 at Daytona. The green flag is out. Here we go.
Into the 16 car was started by Chuck Bound. They got into this race because Bound did qualify the car in second round. His speed wasn't fast enough, so they used a past champions provisional. Chuck Bound gets out. Darrell Sage gets back in. He plans to use the rest of this race as a test session as Purvis leads the field back to the line.
First three drivers in a draft pulling away from everybody else because they're racing side by side behind them.
The 98 car of Jeremy Mayfield started 32nd. Observers already indicate he's losing oil on the racetrack.
Now Nemechek breaks away from this side-by-side battling, and Dale Jarrett makes it 3 wide down the backstretch.
There goes Kevin LePage in the black and gold 71. That's Tracy Leslie in the green. Oh, they make some contact. Oh, and they're on the apron over there.
Oh, and some heads-up driving by a lot of people as some had to stand on the brakes. But a big crash was avoided. They're black flagging Jeremy Mayfield.
Kyle, they had a wreck over there and didn't hit anything. How do you do that?
I don't have a clue. There's some damage to the 11 car as you see them as they go in here. These guys, there's no way they should have made it through this corner. Once they got to that point right there, they're all in trouble.
That's Michael Waltrip, the MW Windows car, the 12 on the apron of the racetrack, and he did not spin out.
He got hit by Joe Bessie in car number 12, and everybody hung on. Unbelievable. Here's Joe Bessie's in-car camera.
That goes Labonte car, Terry Labonte in 5.
Michael Waltrip is in 12. We understand that Randy LaJoie may have a flat tire. Maybe bringing the car toward the pits.
He didn't pit this time.
Here comes Mayfield, though, answering the black flag. They want to check for fluid coming from that car. Bill, what's
They
going
think
on?
that Randy LaJoie has a flat tire. He went by pit road, though. Jeremy Mayfield got a black flag for smoking.
A possible oil tank leak is what they're hypothesizing now, so they're working
That's
on
the
that,
old Cale Yarbrough team.
Meanwhile, on the racetrack, it's still 3 wide some places.
Dale Jarrett in that Band-Aid car trying to get to the front. There's a 20 car. That's Jimmy Spencer, and he is moving up. But look at this group of cars. He moves down right in the front of Curtis Markham. Kyle, I don't blame you. I think it's much safer up here.
It's a lot safer. After watching these first few laps, if this goes like this all day long, it's going to be a lot safer up here.
There's Derek Cope in the 26 car, the blue one ahead, and passing by the 51 of Jim Bound. on the outside.
The 20, I'm not sure. I'm confused a little bit on that. I know Moroso left in 95. It was his last year, I think. This could be a Moroso car, maybe? But the Zippo is a sponsor from someone that didn't make the race. They will say later.
Jerry has an update on Randy LaJoie. We speculate he may have a flat tire, Jerry.
Bob, that's what happened a moment ago. Randy radioed his crew chief, Steve Bird, and said, left rear, left rear, left rear.
I have a lot of background information on that Jeremy thing. I never saw Jeremy do any meth. I never saw any sign of it. I flew on his King Air in 96, but see, I knew him before he was remarried. So I don't know for sure what the deal is, but I will tell you, I lived in that area, Catawba, Ardell. The meth ring is alive and well. Okay, it's nothing to do with Jeremy. He was the fall guy for a lot of people that are involved in it and ties to the police. And I know all these whole, how do I say this without, I was a bartender, number one, so I learned a lot. I played APA pool, so I went to a lot of clubs and learned a lot. There were people involved in that team that I have seen doing what he was accused of. So whether he was the fall guy, like, for being around it, I don't know, but I've never seen Jeremy do anything. But there was someone on his team that was, so. I mean, that's the most I can say without incriminating. And as far as all the, when I watched the different interviews about, like, the goods, the stolen goods and this, that, and the other, it isn't Jeremy. There's a guy that's still alive and well doing all of that, because the town was 109 people, okay? I told this particular person that I was not staying at my cabin, and I was taking care of my boyfriend at the time at his parents' house because he had epilepsy and schizophrenia. So I was not at my cabin all the time, and I had told that guy, because I had a problem with my four-wheeler, this guy had offered to, you know, help fix something on it. I think it was something to do with a shifting linkage or something like that. And I said, well, I'm not home right now. I'm taking care of so-and-so. And I was robbed that week of, like, everything. Like, I was broke into, like, well, okay, I'm going to tell you this. I didn't leave my door I didn't lock my door because I would rather them not break my beautiful antique door, because there were a lot of thieveries. It was well known the meth ring was alive and well in that area, and I had no idea it was this guy that was going to offer to help me work on my four-wheeler, and he was the only guy I told. And when I saw him, like, 4 months later, he wouldn't even look me in the eye, and he pretended I wasn't there. Like a guy that was offering to help work on my four-wheeler. So honestly, that area has some serious drug problems, but I never saw it at the 98 team or Jeremy or anything. There was a rogue guy that helped the team that was the drug. So I don't know. That's just my observations, my real life observations, not third hand or nothing. That's what I witnessed. So I think he was framed. just my opinion. I mean, just knowing everyone in the area and that everything's alive and well, he was
Welcome back to
framed.
ESPN Speed World's coverage of the Goodies 300 at Daytona. We have a new leader, and what was a 4-car battle for the lead has turned
Just
into
my
a
opinion.
9-car battle for the
I
lead as the
I
second
really
group
couldn't buy
has
it,
caught the first. And the new
especially
leader
after I
is
heard
Mike
the interviews.
McLaughlin in car number 34, who got the lead away from Steve Grissom, and this is how he did it.
It's a small town, small area. I lived there 27 years. Everybody knew everybody, and that just didn't fit the mold, is all I'm saying.
Jeff Purvis, a pole sitter, and Kevin LePage.
So it's those 4 cars now that are running together. Grissom back to 5th, as you see the top 10 there on our scoring pylon in the upper left portion of your screen. There's Nemechek running to the outside of the 28 car of Hut Strickland.
In my opinion, the corruption is not only in the courts, it's in the police department, and the police department has family members on the outside involved.
Trying to close in, trying to get hooked back up with that lead.
I, honest to God, miss my cabin up there. I have a cabin up there on a friend's property. But because if they don't get that stuff straightened out, I don't want to live there. The people I don't want to be stolen from so many times, like I have been. So it's just, I like living without drama, and that was a very dramatic area to live in, and quite honestly, methamphetamines has just about ruined the area. That little teeny tiny town. Oh, that's not a good wreck. But yeah, enough of that. That's negative. But I feel like I should say what I know, what I've witnessed.
It's unbelievable that no more cars got
And that's all I know.
Nobody's tore up any worse than they were.
The caution is coming out, however.
There is some damage to the right front fender. We can see where the fender is bulged up with the hood. So there is, and we can see where the fender is rubbing the tire on Purvis's car. Tough break for our pole sitter.
But a lucky break for those drivers that were behind him, because there was no other car involved in the incident. Look at what happened here. That's McLaughlin in 34 behind Purvis.
And Kyle, one of those situations, you just try to go up the hill, but McLaughlin.
And all the stuff I said isn't hearsay. It's stuff I've witnessed with my own eyes.
Car got a little bit loose, or what happened to
Yeah.
him, but as he comes up,
As far as
he needs 6 more inches to get in line.
the
and that 6
police,
more inches is
the police's
the
family,
McLaughlin's car.
who's doing
The
what.
window is out the right side of the car. That might be a problem.
Being a
for
bartender,
Purvis.
you
If he doesn't have a
learn.
spare,
You learn
The window
way
popped
too
out,
much.
the roof
They confess in
popped
you.
up,
Whoever's
and there's the
got
contact
goods
was
to
what was
sell,
significant, really.
ask you. Whoever is looking for goods to be bought, ask you. And as a bartender, you just go, I don't know about that stuff. But, you know,
Luckily, the car slid
you hear,
into the
you
infield,
just learn
and
too
there
much.
was space enough behind that nobody else became involved. Now from the blimp.
Well, there were guys coming by. They did a
wondering
great job.
where to go.
Oh, yeah. There is no place to go when you get there.
Yeah.
Look at all the Goodyear trucks. I had no idea they had so many trucks with all them tires.
Randy LaJoy's in-car
No kidding.
camera
Well,
at
yeah,
first.
it's obvious.
See how close
Makes
that
sense.
LaJoy was through the accident.
He picked up a couple of positions because
He just flew right by McLaughlin. We see Purvis in the pits.
Hear him screaming for a right window.
Purvis is going a lap down. The pace car goes by and puts the 4-car a lap down.
and the work is furious in Jeff Purvis's pit, trying to get him back out there after our first caution here at Daytona.
I really like the Busch series, the Xfinity series nowadays. There's my dad's car right there. This is the crew. He was new there. Actually, I'm going to
we understand is 1 degree below zero with 5 feet of snow and drifts up to 25 feet in Thunder Bay, Ontario. Guys, I, at least, have been there, and I sympathize with you.
I have never been there, and guess what?
Well, that is 25 feet of drifts.
Yep.
Okay.
And I understand that Spencer's Bar and Grill in Detroit is watching on the satellite. So hello to everyone and they've taken the window. I guess they're changing the ignition boxes in the 23 car.
Is that Jimmy Spencer's Bar and Grill?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, too bad.
His would be in Pennsylvania someplace.
Okay.
I'm looking for something. I hope I
was afraid
saved
that
it
Purvis was
to
gonna come
this
up the hill there.
playlist. Oh,
Mike did a good
I
job
bet
of
I
keeping it out
saved
of
it
the
to
wall.
an old one.
I mean, he just held his line, held it straight, and let Purvis come back across his hood.
Okay. Oh, boy. Everybody's a comedian, eh? Try to be. Yeah. Mikey, don't talk unless you have to. No, not really. All right.
I don't think I... Wait a minute. I gotta find... I know where I gotta
really.
find.
Get the Lysol in there. And
I need Chuck Bound.
And when I find it, I'm gonna
I
save
don't
it to the
blame him.
playlist. Because, by golly, I've looked for this 3 times this week.
Both the Cracker Barrel
I've been
cars.
writing a lot. Just to let y'all
He's the
know.
one that had left rear damage.
If you go on my community page on my YouTube where I upload all this stuff after, you will find the intro to the book under the community tab on my YouTube page, Miss T Motorsports. Alright. Don't play. I have autoplay on, but I sit there and
Jeremy's
look.
nothing
12
more than we
minutes
should
in.
have been able to do. I got it.
While they are fooling around, watch this.
And everything we've talked about so far in tonight's program has led up to this evening's presentation, the 1995 Busch Series Postseason Awards Banquet. We'll head into the ballroom. The presentation's about to begin.
It wasn't working
right after
earlier
this
today, and it
brief
still
timeout.
isn't.
Watch this commercial. This is my dad.
The decoy gasket car is as strong as they ran in the past and everything. We're just really looking forward to the future now.
This is my dad right here.
17 laps have been completed in the Goodies 300.
Oh,
at
crud.
Daytona International
All right,
Speedway.
enough
We
of
are
this.
under
Wait a
our
minute.
first win of the race.
I'm such a
And
doof.
this is what happened down the
Doofus.
backstretch.
That's Purvis in the red
I'm
car.
gonna pause that one because you can't even see what I was
Bill
doing.
Parsons, driver of the number 99 Luxair Chevrolet. Bill, ready for the big race?
All right.
Still think I'm going.
There's more commercials.
You know how to get.
Let's start here.
With the decoy gasket car as strong as they ran in the past and everything. We're just really looking forward for the future now.
I'm excited. I'm as excited as I was in '92 when we won the championship.
New driver, a new team manager, new colors on a car. We can't wait to get started.
Detroit gasket, cool under pressure.
There we go. That was my dad's commercial back then. And that was in 1995 at the awards banquet. Okay, so anyway, that's what I wanted to show you is that Mike Dillon car was, you know, a team that was looking to do really well. I spoke to my dad, and it was really odd circumstance that they were practicing or running in a practice at some track or something, I think, and they had some flutter in the motor or whatever. It wasn't acting right, and during practice they the Busch Series, in the practice something was wrong with the motor. They swapped out a motor real quick that they had in a truck. Ron Parker, who owns Detroit Gasket, came over and noticed the color of the gaskets and said, "That's not my gaskets on that motor, and you don't ever change a motor without asking me first." And my dad had never been in a racing position like that. I mean, he runs the car to go fast. You put in whatever you got to go faster. But my dad, being very headstrong, like I am extremely headstrong. If someone doesn't appreciate, like, what I'm helping them with, it's like toodaloo. And I believe he left just before Atlanta. That's the story I got from my dad, was something about changing a motor that didn't have Detroit gaskets in it. Like, that's how strict this sport is and how quickly you can just, like, not be on the team. But anyway, let's go on.
McLaughlin in the red and yellow car, and Purvis into the wall with the right front. As the car comes around, the air goes in the driver's door. Watch as the window flies out the right side of the car. There it is. That is the window out the right side of the car, and NASCAR mandates that you must have that window in the car before you can run on this speedway.
Purvis was the only car involved in the incident. So let's examine the window situation closer now as we present an ESPN Track Pack brought to you by Quaker State, the motor oil that exceeds the highest standards for engine protection. Here's Jerry Punch.
3 years ago, NASCAR mandated that cars on super speedways have right side windows, trying to prevent air from getting inside the car when it would spin sideways, thus producing a lift situation for the car. The right side windows, in conjunction with the fender skirts and the roof flaps, now have been able to keep the cars on the ground. Now here at Daytona, teams watched the ARCA race last Sunday and saw one driver, Shane Doles, who didn't have a spare window. And that's why many of them have done this. They have gone and bought a piece of plexiglass, I'm in the Jeff Green pit, and simply just cut it out in the shape of a spare right side window. This is the one that Jeff Green would use if he would need it, if his right side window would come out. They would have to pop rivet it in. Now, NASCAR will not allow you to tape it in place because they feel like the tape will blow away and the window will come out. But they will pop rivet in place. This right side window may not look like much, but closing off that air ventilation hole can keep the car on the ground. Bob?
And we saw the right side window there on Randy LaJoie's car. Our in-car camera showing us that. And there's Tracy Leslie's.
The one thing about when they do put the side window back in it, NASCAR does allow them to pop rivet it in, but they're only allowed to use a certain number of pop rivets, because in case of an accident, like we saw in the flip down here in the ARCA race, sometimes that is an exit route out of the car. If the window is pop riveted in solid and the driver can't get out, it becomes more of a safety hazard.
We are about to go green once again. And leading them down is Rodney Combs, who led 5 laps in last year's Goodies race. That were the only laps that he led all year. His best finish was a 6th at Atlanta and a 6th at Myrtle Beach. He has the lead of the Goodies 300 at the moment, with 3 cars lined up behind him.
That's Jeremy Mayfield in the black number 98 that has spent several laps in the pits. He's 7 laps down currently. They're all getting lined up. About 25 cars in the lead draft.
Chad Little made a pit stop in the 23 car. He had an ignition problem. He went from last to first. Wasn't an ignition problem down there, Jerry?
A combination of problems, Bob. One was the ignition. The other was the fact that the water temperature was not coming up in the car. It was staying about 160 degrees, and the car would just lay down and not run. So they came in, put a little tape over the front of the car, and also checked the ignition.
So he's making a bonsai move through the field again, like he did last year.
That's Johnny Rumney in the 25 that Chad Little just went by. That's Chad Little in the green and yellow car. And I tell you, Chad Little's car is not up to speed. Terry Labonte back in the 5. Labonte, 11. Tracy Leslie. All these cars made a pit stop on the caution flag.
And there's Jeff Purvis trying to catch back up. He lost 1 lap during that incident. Several other cars made pit stops stops. Tracy Leslie in number 11, and also Pete Orr came in for a pit stop during the caution.
That's McLaughlin and Dale Jarrett side by side. And look at Michael Waltrip on the inside trying to make it 3 abreast. And that's Martin in the Winn-Dixie car following Michael Waltrip.
Yeah, we hadn't said much about Mark Martin. He's always a factor in any Busch race he's in. He started 28th, and there he is in 9th, 10th, 11th, right there following Michael Waltrip and pushing him up through the field.
Bill Weber updates the Jeff Purvis story.
With Johnny Allen calling the shots down here, how's your car, Johnny?
It's got a pretty good bit of body damage on the right front, but you know, he said it's all right now. It's not, you know, we got the fender off the tire. He said it ain't driving bad right there, and we'll just need some body work done back on it so we can get back up there and try to gain a lap back.
Oh, trouble!
Jason Keller.
Todd Bodine, that's Todd in the blue car.
Scramble under one car. Car almost turning over was Doug Hebron. A big scramble is on to try to avoid many cars coming down pit road, some of them near full speed. Joe Bessie is involved, Kevin LePage. That's a big crash.
That's LePage there in the black and gold 71.
LePage took a big hit in the inside wall there.
Jason Keller, we see him moving around in the 57. There's Andy Hillenberg, the AC Delco car. He's also involved. The right front's going south. There's Hebron getting out.
Hebron almost flipped over, as we'll see on the replay.
What a bummer.
But he's okay, obviously.
He was Indianapolis area.
Jason Keller, I see him moving around in the car.
Yeah.
I guess he's not going to move until the... Man, that car... Well, let's see if they can win that down.
Boy, the front end of that car is gone, isn't it?
And the side.
Yeah.
And the back. What's good about it? Nothing much.
LePage has climbed out of his car. That's good news. Here it is again.
He's the car in the middle is Jason Keller, the 57. Cal, they take the air off his spoiler, don't they?
The worst place in the world to be on this racetrack is in the center coming out of this corner. It's not as bad over out of 2, but the car just gets sideways coming off. He runs into Michael, then back into the outside wall. He takes a heavy hit there. You see LePage go out. He takes another hit right here. Jason does right in the front. And if you watch him, he spins and spins, and he's sitting there, and he'll take one more big hit before it's all over with. And it kind of reminds me of when my father wrecked here.
That's Hebron.
There's Hebron up on his side that comes through. And I mean,
looking at the 47, he gets through.
These guys can do sitting in the car.
Maybe.
They're just waiting to get hit time after time. And the guys that are coming in, there's stuff on the racetrack.
And Dylan got through too, I believe.
There's not a lot you can do.
Pit road becomes the racetrack. They are detouring all the traffic down pit road to assist with the cleanup. Here it is again.
And Michael Waltrip was blessed in the MW Windows car that no contact was made. And we see LePage heading for the inside wall. And there's Todd Bodine, some heavy contact. Bodine's first race for this brand new team. And here's Hebron.
Oh my God.
Man, Hermie Sadler goes under. It looked like he went under Hebron's car.
Oh my God, Jeff just barely
taking a final shot. Man. Man, oh man.
Man, oh man is right. Oh, there's the Detroit. See, I knew we made it.
Here, let's see if...
What is that? Hermie Sadler. What a frightening sight.
Great camera shot.
Yeah, really. Jason Keller's race is over. He's okay.
This would look like a better deal all the time, isn't it, Kyle?
I feel a lot better right now sitting right here.
Man, look at the damage on that right
Here's Jerry Punch.
Steve Addington is Jason Keller's crew chief. And Steve, what did Jason tell you happened out there?
He was just riding along there biding his time. He'd got back up in the lead draft and said Michael ran up under him and took the air off of him and just turned sideways on him.
So no air on the rear spoiler, and it's hard to control.
Yeah, it's bad, especially it's windy out there today too, and he's just trying to stay there in the lead pack till the end of the race for this championship. But we'll be back next week at Rockingham with Slim Jim Chevrolet.
That's Steve Addington, the crew chief for Jason
Was it
Keller.
windy out there? Look at Lori's hair and my hair. We're like a mess.
Obviously. The 71 car of LePage being loaded onto the rollback. This is Joe Bessie's in-car camera, Benny.
Yes, he sees the smoke, he backs off. Someone runs in the back of Bessie is why he spun out. But he keeps the engine running.
Now here's the dramatic shot from Hermie Sadler. is Hermie. He's okay, and the cleanup is on here at Daytona after a massive crash off of turn number 4. We'll be right back. Come on, a little bit more enthusiasm than that.
Fuller's in. We're right here. How I can't believe Mike had to wait for people to get out of the way.
Gonna be second out.
Took forever. I hadn't seen that in real life. That was really weird to watch after. I hadn't seen that happen much in racing at all. Unless you're a Hickory or something. Yeah. My son got to help on that team. He was in high school then or something, yeah. He graduated in 99, so this is 96, yeah.
Who do you suppose ran in the back?
He helped them do stuff.
Didn't
work on exhaust systems and
we
stuff.
don't know who. That might be an 8th car involved because he obviously has some damage, you know. Who's that?
Dad would be on the box, not the over-the-wall crew. Because he was already, in 96, he was in his 50s.
Oh, good. Yeah, we never have seen that. Okay. Bill Weber. Okay, yep.
For that one.
Bill Weber has an update on McLaughlin, who's running second.
Well, Mike McLaughlin didn't want to pit because if he came in, he felt he'd get trapped behind a bunch of traffic. Then as he passed the pit entrance, he looked at his rear view mirror. He's charging into the lead, but when he went past pit road, he looked at his rear view mirror, saw everybody coming in and went, uh-oh. Now the plan is for the 34 and the 43 to pit together on lap 50 if the race stays green. Right now, the 34 and 23 battling for position.
They are battling side by side for the lead up in turn number 3.
This is the Cracker Barrel in-car camera with Tracy Leslie, and we see them all lining up now, 2 and 3 abreast.
17 cars are packed tightly together.
Wow.
And still no clear-cut leader here. McLaughlin and Chad Little. And Dale Jarrett is right in the middle of things.
I mean, square in the middle of things. There's Jimmy Spencer going by now. Dale Jarrett decides he's going to try to make it 3 abreast.
Going underneath Johnny Rumley.
The Winston Cup guys that are in this race, especially guys like Dale Jarrett, they've already been in numerous practice sessions this week and 2 or 3 races, so they know they can make it 2 or 3 wide, and they know they can do it comfortably.
McLaughlin has a lead. Combs second.
These cars traveling at 190 miles per hour, folks, and you see, if something happens, you just cannot stop these cars. If there's a wreck in front of you, you're in the wreck. There's just no dodging it. There's Jeff Fuller in the 47, the Sunoco car.
Fuller making a nice move. That's Jimmy Spencer there on the bottom of the white 20.
Spencer just blows by Derek Cope.
He comes to 5th. the pace down the backstretch.
Yes, car is barely running.
This is Tracy Leslie's roof cam. There's Little going to the low side of the racetrack.
We see Chad Little has lost several positions. He was third just a moment ago. He's now credited with 11th spot.
Steve Grissom in 29. Jerry, what's wrong with Hut Strickland?
Apparently a flat left rear tire on the Smoky Mountain shoe machine for Hut Strickland. He started 11th, was running awfully well, and got a vibration. And before he could even cue the radio, the tire began to go down, so he will make a pit stop and come down under the green and obviously lose at least one lap.
Yeah, he's about to lose one right now because he's on pit road and the field is at the stripe. Jimmy Spencer has moved to 5th. As Hut makes the stop. On top of Jimmy Spencer, that's Jeff Fuller ahead.
Looks like McLaughlin's been shoveled back to third place as Rodney Combs takes the lead. Nemechek follows in second spot. There comes Jeff Fuller on the inside. McLaughlin and Fuller raced for so many years in those modifieds. And Spencer, all three of these guys, ex-modified drivers.
Good point, Benny. All three of these guys used to race in the Northeast and modifieds. And Fuller is pretty much hung out here.
They're going to say, see you, Jeff.
And Mark Martin has come up to join the fray as he is now in 6th position. That's the black number 60, driven by Mark Martin. We'll take a break with 86 laps to go in the Goodies 300. We'll be right back. You know, I'm very glad that there are people out there that want to do this and entertain people like me. There ain't nothing better than this.
Wow, who is that blowing by Fuller?
It's the Band-Aid car. That's Dale. I thought Spencer was up under him, and all of a sudden they went away and come back to the camera shot, and it was Dale.
Not going to be, it already is. Hey, Kyle, when Michael said, when Mike Wells, the producer, says speed shot coming up, you might as well not say anything, because go back and hear you.
Clear. Okay. Good job. Okay.
25 cars in that draft, Kyle.
25?
Yeah.
It looks like practice has looked all week.
Action continues at Daytona in the Goodies 300 an hour. Overhead shots are courtesy of the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes. At the controls, Captains Richard Daniels and Dan Thomas, both from Pompano Beach, Florida. Thanks, guys, for the overheads of the Goodies 300. 25 5 cars more or less involved in the lead draft. And there are 3 out front, and from there on back, it's anybody's race.
Here we see Mark Martin just turn under the 34 car, Mike McLaughlin, and go by. And I would think that McLaughlin not pitting, his tires are getting a little bit warm, and his car's not handling as good as some of these cars. Wouldn't you think, Kyle?
You would think so, you know, and it probably is as far as that goes. But the other car that didn't pit, the 43 car, is still running out front. We hadn't said that much about Rockin' Rodney, but he's still checking out on him, you know. So I'm sure McLaughlin's car is a little bit loose and a little bit edgy, but it's got a motor in it, because if he stays on that outside line, he just stays out there and pulls that outside line.
Here's a field summary. Watch for your favorite driver. The numbers in parentheses indicate where that particular driver started the race. Fuller has moved up from 25th to 12th.
There's Markham, Grissom, and Phil Parsons on the inside. That's Phil in the 10, the channel lock car, and they're all trying to get by McLaughlin. Lined up, and looks like McLaughlin might be in trouble. One of them goes by.
See, Mike Dillon is a rookie this year. He is just driving around the back in like 30th. Learning how to draft, learning how to drive. So it was early in his career.
There we see they've hung Phil out now.
Dad had worked all winter with the cars and setting up the race shop and all that for Mike. And Dad's connection to like Childress was through Earnhardt a little bit. He built shocks for Dale and stuff.
I'm going to circle it here, and I'm going to tell you that whatever he hit was so sharp, looks like a razor blade. Take a look at the cut here as we open the tire up. See there where it just sliced into the tire? If I fold it back, you can hardly see it. But once the Goodyear engineers came over, you could see readily, apparently, he cut something very, very sharp metal, cut the tire, and that cost him a lap, well, 2 laps actually on the racetrack. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
And Doug Hebron was loaded by stretcher into an ambulance, but it's just precautionary. Larry Beluski from the Speedway staff told me that he's fine. He did have a neck brace on. They're going to take him to a hospital for precautionary x-rays. Has a small lump on the back of his neck, but again, the Speedway staff telling us he's fine. It's just a precautionary trip to the hospital. Kevin LePage apparently is fine. In fact, he snuck out of the medical center, but he's okay, just very disappointed.
And the positions are changing up front. Rodney's still hanging on to the lead, but Spencer has come to second. It looks like that
Dale Jarrett.
Yeah, Nemechek is the one that got hung out there for a moment in the 87.
That's Jarrett in third, and Mark Martin trying to take over that 4th spot along with Steve Grissom.
This is Spencer's root cam, and he wants the lead. He started 29th. He's right behind the leader, Rodney Combs.
Oh, McLaughlin turns sideways, coming off the throttle.
A big wreck.
Ouch. Aw, man. Fuller got through. Maybe.
Michael Waltrip was in the crash, so I see Hutch.
Dillon got through right there.
There's McLaughlin. Still rolling, but headed toward the apron of the racetrack.
And there's Michael Waltrip driving away. No, that wasn't Michael. That was the 18 car, I believe. Michael, you're going the wrong way, buddy.
Here it is again.
He didn't want to go all the way around. He just pulling in the garage.
Nemechek. He just gets the car loose. When he saves it, he comes up, hits Nemechek, and both those cars spin. LaJoie just seems to drive right through it.
There's Michael up in the air right here in the corner.
Yep.
Goes back across the racetrack.
Here's another angle.
And there we see Derek Cope try to dodge the wreck and just turn his car sideways and spin.
There you saw Michael's car up on the wall and sliding across the track into the infield. Boy, the visibility is reduced to absolutely zero when the tires start smoking.
Now we understand why 300 cars crashed in Italy in a fog.
Right.
Here comes the leaders. Now watch behind.
Oopsie.
As Nemechek and McLaughlin spin. And look at Michael, he just forced in the outside wall. Up he goes. across the racetrack. Michael had no place to go, did he, Kyle?
No place to go. If you saw the car right in front of Michael was the 23 of Chad Little, who comes to another wreck unscathed, it seems like, at Daytona. But he was right there. If it had been just a little bit more, it could have took out both of them. But it just ends up with Michael.
This is the blimp shot, of course.
There's Chad. There's Michael. Boom.
Yep.
There's Michael up on the wall.
Yep.
And there's Cope down on the inside. And there's Nemechek. He's the first car of the three cars that is spinning. Nemechek, Michael, and Derek Cope.
Tracy Leslie's in-car roof cam. Boy, he was a lucky boy, wasn't he?
Phil Parsons went on the inside as well.
Randy LaJoy.
Oh, you seen it right there. Side draft.
Wow. And it looks like as close as he was, he may have
Sucker's
gone
bet.
by it. Man, oh man. Wow, here's Bill Weber.
And this is Mike Scrucci Clyde. Obviously, it happened right in front
Clyde
of you.
McLeod and his wife were friends with Mom and Dad.
Yeah, Mike's fine. It's a shame the Royal Oak Charcoal Jack Rule Barbasauce car was running real good, nice and comfortable, real fast. And a couple cars got side by side, I mean, with us, and it looked like air to me. It just both started to get drifting loose. All hell broke loose. I don't know what happened after that.
Had a great day, though.
Yeah, we lasted a little longer than usual. We'll be back at it.
They're going to go try and fix it, get it back out. Remember, points at Daytona.
Scramble off pit road now. There's Joe Nemechek on your right, the bottom of the screen.
They're making a pit stop like there's nothing wrong with the car, like they're going to continue out. And as usual, the tire has to roll across pit road.
We'll sort this all out and be back for resumption of the Goodies 300 here at Daytona in just a moment. Stay with us. Here we go again.
Right to left, it will give your car momentum, and you'll have momentum go back.
There we go. It seems like it goes black every time they go to switch to the blimp. Must be like a delay.
This is Joe Bessie's radio. Thank you.
I'm looking. I'm on top of a hauler somewhere. This is the Cup Garage.
I suppose. I don't know about that yet. I'll tell you, they've got them. Yeah, and if you don't want them to have them, we'll need to go get them. And like I said, 47 cars here wanting 2 right side stickers. But the deal they want to make is if they use them, they'll pay you for them. If not, they bring them back to you. I'm on my way into the garage now. Okay, tell them, we need to, give the boy an answer here just right quick.
No, ever. There are no NASCAR divisions that run coilover shocks.
Anything in sprint car racing?
Oh, this is important. I got to tell y'all on this. See this? Well, let me
Coilovers are
get
AS.
it just a little clear. This is a zip tie. It's just put on there and cut off. It can be used like a rubber washer or whatever. But I don't know if y'all know what this is, but they're checking shock travel. Ideally, you want all your shocks to travel the same amount. And this was a technology that was getting pretty big. My dad was a big Penske shock builder. He still is. With that technology, with the valves and stuff. But that's measuring shock travel.
Say Hooters Cup, All Pro. You are looking at the probably right front. Should be. And the spring, the shock. If you were on the other side of the car. Sometimes you've had Mark's had an angle a couple of times from the front of the car back at it. We're from we're from like the frame rail shooting forward, aren't we? I think so. I'm not really sure where the camera's at.
I saw that. It was kind of an interesting thing. I'll be right back. I was just refilling my drink.
All you want to.
And I've been doing a lot of that.
Yes.
Michael's all right, wasn't he? That's him walking by the car, isn't it?
Okay. Yeah, he was. I heard him talking to Eli over the PA system anyhow.
That's him over by the car, isn't it?
Yes, he is.
Does he own that car?
Yeah.
He's an owner?
Yeah, him and Ronnie Silver.
Yep. That didn't work out too good the first time then.
Is the light on? That pickup better get off the race, out of the apron down there.
Jeff Green is still sitting in the pits as the field comes down for the green flag, and Jimmy Spencer is leader of the race. The first time he has ever led this event in his 6th attempt. He started 29th. Here's Jerry Punch.
They're still working on the Jeff Green car, having to change the entire right front brake and ball joint assembly. Let me show you what it's supposed to look like. This is what it looks like right here to the right. This is the entire front assembly. This is what's left of the hat, basically part of the rotor and the spacer plate where it was sheared away. And down here are the other parts, part of the spindle, and then part of the brakes. There you see where it's being pushed up in there. That's what's left of the right front brake assembly and spindle on the Jeff Green car. They're going to replace all that. Probably going to be here another 6 or 7 minutes. It's going to cost them maybe 10, 12, 13 laps.
Here's a suspension cam.
This is Jimmy Spencer's car, the Zippo lighter and the Wagner brakes, and we can see the brake rotor does not light up like it does at Martinsville because Jimmy Spencer will not even touch the brakes going in the corner. We see the brake rotor right underneath the tire. That's
Show me on the telestrator, BP, what you're talking about here.
well, this area here is the brake rotor that was sheared off the hub and the hat that holds it on the number 3 car, the Jeff Green car. And watch that shock go up and down.
Yeah, it's a lot rougher out there than it looks from the grandstand and from our TV pictures.
And that spring, you see, that is probably rated at about 3,000 pounds per inch it takes to collapse that spring.
It's bouncing up and down like a bed spring right now.
And you can see when the car gets to the back straightaway how it just smooths out like a boat in smooth water.
It's Jimmy Spencer, Dale Jarrett in the 32. Running third is Mark Martin, number 60. Fourth is Steve Grissom, and Green has rejoined the race in the 3 car. From Dale Jarrett's roof cam. Field summary. Spencer started 29th. Shock does its job because that picture there is pretty steady.
And you can hear as the go down the backstretch, just never lifting off the gasoline. Steve Grissom on the inside of Larry Pearson. That's Grissom in the 29 car.
Randy LaJoie in the blue 74 was ahead of them.
The car sneaking in behind Grissom and Larry Pearson is the number 9 car of Joe Bessie that we saw spin through the grass backwards on the first wreck coming out of turn 4 here. And it's amazing that these cars can take that type of punishment, that they can spin, get out of shape, and they're still back up in there racing.
There's Nemechek back there as well. He was in the last caution. Oh, there's trouble. Pete Orr's around.
Another big wreck. This one in turn 2.
Is that Rodney Combs involved in that? Did I see Rodney spinning down there?
There's Lonnie Rush in the 94. Yep, you're right.
Hermie Sadler. He's involved. The hood of his car. That's the hood of his car. And Pete Orr, the Farmer's Choice Fertilizer. Tracy Leslie getting out of his car, so evidently he's okay.
Leslie exits the car.
That was Nemechek. There's Lonnie Rush's car.
Pete Orr, and we'll take a look at what happened.
It looks like that the 9, well, Pete Orr goes in the corner and loses control. He goes back up the hill and makes oh, I'm sorry, that's Tracy Leslie. That's Tracy Leslie in the 11, and Pete Orr make contact and spin. And, man, they just took all the options, didn't they, Cal?
Yeah, there's no, right here, if you're back 3 cars, there's no place. These guys on the bottom of the racetrack are doing good, but if you notice, the 2 cars that wrecked spun out of the way, these guys run into each other trying to get out of the way. You know, you've got guys checking up, you've got guys still in the gas, and there's no place for these guys to go. The apron's covered,
Sorry
the
about that.
covered, the grass
Just
is
taking
covered.
a quick break.
All you
Wow.
can do is stop if you can.
Quick break.
So a little bit of fire there from one of the cars, and we also noticed that Phil Parsons was involved. Here's the blimp shot. There's the contact
Hey,
between the 2 cars.
I know
They just
you.
slide up.
How are you, Mike? What's
a
up?
lot more.
I haven't seen you on in
No
forever.
place to go. Now there's another pack of cars coming into the wreck.
And here is the second pack as they come through.
I'm watching this Goodies Headache Powder 300 from '96. My dad had the Mike Dillon car. He was working with that team for the whole winter and into the spring, and including this race. But I think I was also cheering on Jeff Fuller. There's Mike Dillon's car. You see he put on the brake, man. That right rear brake grabbed good. He's got a flat spot. But yeah.
Joe Bessie.
You just been working? I haven't seen you racing too much. My son was doing a lot of league racing, but he's kind of changed his focus now to working on his IR and doing some more officials than normal. Wow, that's broken.
That's the second wreck that Hermie has been.
Broke the camera once. I've been writing my dad's biography for the last 3 years, and it's starting to come together now. I actually totally edited the introduction and forward, and I've wrote 30 pages that I haven't edited, plus this is going to be the continuation. I wrote up to 93, and this is 96, so I've been doing 94, 95, 96. And my dad's last time he worked with the team was in 2001. I believe it was Kenny Wallace, and he was just helping them for a race or two.
Leave the tires loose.
My dad got out of racing with that 98 team Cale Yarborough purchase, and the guy that purchased it there were problems, and I think the money guy got killed in a plane accident. And it was just all fell apart within 2 weeks. 2 weeks of the beginning of the season. And that was in 2000. So that would have been the 98 car with Jeff Fuller and Daytona, I believe they went to run.
Kyle, this has been a demolition.
It's gonna be a while before we go.
I'm not sure. I haven't gotten up to that part in my...
Got plenty of time to pull yourself together.
I've talked to Dad, but it all gets confusing unless I
that's who
watch
they were
the
talking.
race.
It was Bessie's.
Boy, Daytona looks so different now.
Out there. How in the world is he out there with that car?
Wow.
Is he back out?
He's back out there.
These guys that just get them together, if you look, they're going to get points.
Yeah.
If you're just looking at a point deal, there's only 24. These guys are 1 and 2 laps down. Todd's 81.
Okay, I'm back.
24 laps down.
You want Goodyear blimp copy? What?
This is a satellite
I know.
that you can hear Mike Joy and Benny and Kyle Petty all
Goodyear blimp copy.
discussing.
One over there I can watch.
Okay, I got it.
Rocky and Rodney.
Yep.
Phil knocked the... Phil...
Yeah.
See, Jeff Fuller's car got creamed. I think he's going to fix
Jeff
it and
Fuller?
get back in.
Good
No
Lord,
one-
look at Nemechek's car.
We couldn't even see really what happened because I think he was on the apron.
I mean,
It
when he
was
came
out
up,
of the
it just
camera
slammed
shot.
outside real hard.
Man, Fuller's car. Gee whiz.
Missing 2 right side tires up here.
Okay. Oh, he climbed over someone for it to look like that.
All those guys okay? Everybody's okay down there?
The strange thing is being there in person, like I was at the track in person, but unless I watch it on TV, like I have no idea all this stuff happened.
Yes, sir.
You just know there was a caution, and that's about it. And like I said, I was probably watching on top of the race hauler, which was the spam hauler that my ex-husband was driving. That's what I'm guessing. I wasn't down in Fuller's pit much, even though Dad was helping them later in the year. I remember being in Dad's pit
These guys are standing here
for
stand there watching
Charlotte, but I don't remember anything else. Oh boy, oh boy,
Drug it
oh
in and it
boy.
sparked.
How you doing,
Okay,
need
Joe,
a little
I just can't-
assistance on this
I can't
deal
help you
here.
a lot. I mean, what I'm saying is down the
That thing's
short
gonna
sheet,
burn down.
turn one, you nothing but a glare.
It looks
I
like
can't
they're
find it.
spraying.
Racetrack, just the way the things are. Really have to stay on top
They
of your
put it out
car.
and it keeps
The
running
fire
out.
extinguisher, but
Drag it
You're
away
a good
from it.
job.
it's almost feeding it too with the air.
That's what you're doing. So we still got a way
Nah,
to
it's
go
gas
before we
leak.
go race.
Big fire going.
They're going to burn the record up. Let the thing down.
Let the thing, that car is going to burn down until they get the fuel out of it.
Car on fire down here going on the pit road, and it's still going to be it's still going to be a little
Mama.
while. I have problems with this thing.
What are you doing?
Phil's got the front end back knocked off of his ride.
Probably pull that right off the shelf.
Still in the lead lap.
She's still in the lead
What's
lap?
up,
Yeah.
girl?
No.
What you want? Purring?
As long as it's still rolling, I guess he's still burning?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big time.
It's full of fuel.
Yeah.
And it's got to be just running out of the fuel can.
They've drug a hole in the fuel can, haven't they?
Yeah. They've drug a hole in the fuel can and they sparked it and it set it off, and now they've stopped and it's sitting there running out on fire.
Just feeding itself.
It's feeding itself. I'm telling you, there's no way it could just keep burning like that.
Probably pull my mic off the desk.
Is that water they're squirting on? Yeah. Now when they take off and drag it again, they'll
get her to flame up again.
Folks, it ain't fun if you're listening on the satellite dish, but I mean, we've got to give our opinion because
you feel bad, you wreck a car and then the wrecker crew burns it down, bringing it in.
Insult.
Joe, when this thing goes to green, I mean, you see what's in front of you. You just got to be real careful now. I mean, they've torn out they've tore up a bunch of good cars here. There's only about probably 6 or 7, 8 left good cars. The rest of them are all so-so.
10-4. Go down and talk to Birdie and tell him we can work together and get by this
Joe Bessie's bunch.
Kitty cat woke up, wanted some
Joe, the 15 car in the
Frenchies.
restart is down a cylinder.
It's
They
still
say
leaking.
go to the outside of them.
So it's leaving a trail.
10-4. But I mean, you'll have to make the decision once you come up to him what he's doing, because he's a rookie. He probably won't know.
That guy sounds too educated.
No. Yeah, my God, the checks in.
What he is saying was he had heart. Good, buddy. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
It's going all right.
Good to see you.
No, I'm going home, man. As soon as I can get out of this joint.
Not clear.
Hey, Mark Quinzel, that's for you, baby.
How come Quinzel gets it on the satellite dish? How come he don't have to watch a program?
How come he doesn't have to come down here and join us? Mark,
Hi, Mark.
You were here.
Hello.
Lost is an Easter egg, ain't you, Mark? Spencer got Zippo on his car.
It's a Pennsylvania company.
Is it?
Yeah.
You know, the cars are out there. Let's see. I mean, wonder how many. We know the 26 is spun.
How many cars haven't been involved in a wreck, huh?
The 3 cars had trouble. 51 cars got damage to the left rear. What's Rocky and Rodney's trouble? Was he in that wreck?
He was in that wreck.
Was he?
Oh, yeah.
I think he was down on the apron coming through it.
The car my dad's working on, the 72, actually has been scar-free so far.
And the 44 must have been in it or got something, because he's been in 3 or 4 times.
Yeah,
Bobby.
must have.
I'm allergic to kitties.
Hey, Weber. Mr. Weber.
Present.
Are you at the hospital?
No, I'm in Spencer's pit.
I wonder if Nemechek and all those guys are all right.
I can go over there. Jimmy, here's the deal on Spencer, okay, in case I leave. Okay, they wanted him to come in. He told them just before they got to pit road he's not coming in. So they talked about it back and forth, and finally the driver said, I'm not coming in. And then the crew chief said, why don't you stay out? They pitted on lap 25. They can go 50 to 55 laps. Anything after 70 will take them to the end. If they do pit under green, it'll be right side tires and fuel only. Spencer blew a motor in the first practice, had no sponsorship when he got down here, made the field, and got those sponsors on the side of his car and the in-car camera when Mike Wallace failed to make the field. Back to you in the booth.
Thanks for that report, Bill.
Nemechek really hit the wall hard.
Yeah, Nemechek's okay, BP.
He is? Okay, good.
Yeah, I talked to the crew. He's fine.
Okay, good.
The car's useless, but he's fine. Rock and Rodney's got toe-in problems.
Yeah. I got to push this to talk.
Yeah, to talk to Neil. Take yourself off the air. One to go.
Oh, Wrecker's going to get run over.
We're going to do the blend. All right. Right. Are now in their 4th decade of live sports coverage. Overhead, the Stars and Stripes from Pompano Beach, Florida. I'd like to wish our best to Leo Mel, the director of racing for Goodyear, who says he wants to spend some time with the family, so he's retiring at on March 1st.
And he has been in that position, I think, ever since I've been involved in racing in NASCAR. At least that was in 1970. Leo Mel has been the boss of Goodyear Racing.
And a good guy, and he will be sorely missed.
But Stu Grant, the fellow that's taken his job, has been in that with the racing team for a long, long time.
You see 24 cars are on the lead lap as we show you the field summary. Amazingly, only 7 cars listed out of the race, but numerous cars have had problems or been involved in wrecks.
And now we can add Glenn Allen Jr. in the Luxair car as another
I'll be right back. My cat needs out.
He's just been pushed behind the wall.
She will be raping my son if I don't let her out.
94, 11, 1, 10, 43, 90. We said 94 already. Pete Orr, the 5 car. Terry Labonte, the 88 car. Pete Orr, 5. Terry Labonte. Nemechek in 87. Jeff Fuller in 47. And Dennis Setzer. All those cars with severe damage in that last crash.
But all drivers are okay as it's set for the restart. And as they come down and cross the line, the race reaches its halfway point. 60 laps are in, 60 to go in the Goodies 300 with Jimmy Spencer, Chad Little running in first and second position as they fan out and head for turn number 1.
That's Hutch Strickland in the 28 car. He's a lap down, trying his best to get a lap back up on the outside. Could not get in front of Spencer. That was the halfway lap that we just took the green on. But if Spencer can stay in front for 5 laps, he will pick up the Gatorade $2,000 award as the leader at the halfway point. In the flag 03.
Yellow flag is out for debris on the racetrack. You're right, Benny. Running in third position is the 03 car of David Bonnet. He's that block car running down there below Hut Strickland.
And we can see that these cars really aren't slowing down that much as they race back to the caution flag.
There's David Bonnet in 03. And the Restore Chevrolet.
Spencer still leads. We see Hutch Strickland in the 28 car trying to catch these fellows and get back in front and try to get a lap back. Cannot do it.
Caution comes out once again for debris on the racetrack. Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry, Jack. What? What was he 0-0 for?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, there I'm back. I'll tell you what, it is cold. I'm just a couple beaches north of Daytona, and it's chilly.
$115.
Very chilly in the air today. Feels like it's winter coming.
10-2.
What didn't we have a while ago?
I don't know. He's coming in. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Good How's the room in there for him and Chad?
I don't know. That's what I was just thinking.
On the passenger side, as we get into
Jerry Punch with more on that.
Chad had been involved in some of the incidents. In fact, had gotten hit in the door on both the inside and the outside, and one of the clips that holds the window in place had broken. So what they did, they had a crew member dive in the car over Chad to the left side window and tie a bungee cord to the inside of the right side window down to the roll bar to hold it in place. Bob?
Green flag is out. At the completion of lap number 64, Jimmy Spencer is your leader in the white car on the right side of your screen. Right behind him in black, a very impressive performance by David Bonnet, the son of the late Neil Bonnet, who was killed here at this racetrack 2 years ago.
Curtis Markham in the 63 car is third.
Joe Bessie, who's been involved in 2 of the 3 big crashes, is fourth. Amazingly, look at David Bonnet
going for the lead.
3 wide at the end of the backstretch, and Markham comes along with him.
Kyle, when do you reckon it's the last time that a Bonnet led a race in Daytona?
I don't know. He's not the first, and I'm going to tell you what, he's going to lead a lot here if he keeps driving like this.
Wow, this is a very impressive performance by that young man. And the fans are standing and giving David the thumbs up.
It's pretty incredible. He started 35th today, and he's leading the race.
But he's about to lose the lead as there goes Joe Bessie and Randy LaJoy on the inside, hooked up with Mark Martin and Steve Grissom. That's the 4 cars on the inside. And say bye-bye, David.
Spencer is dropping back. Why, Bill?
Well, they talked about coming into pit during the last caution. Jimmy didn't want to. The crew wanted him to come in. The crew said, come in. Jimmy said, no, I'm not coming in. So the crew said, okay, stay out. They pitted on lap 25 and felt they could go about 50 to 55 laps.
Bessie's squeezing way too tight.
And reach the finish on fuel. But now, without the tires, Jimmy Spencer out of the draft and falling back.
And Randy LaJoy is the man at the point right now.
Skelly.
Or was. Let's see if Mark Martin takes the
Oh,
lead.
Mommy
He
gotta
does.
shut
So
the
Steve
door.
Grissom will come
I
along
forgot
behind him
left
on
the
the
door
bottom
open.
side.
You tired? You can come in, right?
And that's Dale Jarrett now coming to third. Jarrett and LaJoy continue to run side by side in the battle for third, and LaJoy goes high, up high.
Spencer goes by on the bottom. Here comes Bessie by on the bottom. From inside the Fina car of Randy LaJoy.
Now Dale Jarrett has his eyes set on the lead. He tries to get to the inside of Mark Martin, but can't do it. Joe Bessie comes to fourth, tries to, alongside Steve Grissom.
Grissom has the 2 cars behind him, so they should be able to draft by, and they do draft by Joe Bessie. There's Larry Pearson, 92.
Help him get back in line. He can't get in line right now. He's just having to hold what he's got. 10-4, just talk to him.
David Green, the cat car. On the outside of Bessie.
Mark Martin is the 9th leader of this race. 68 laps completed.
Now Grissom dives under Spencer and takes third spot away and leaves Spencer hung out to dry.
But Jimmy gets to the bottom after losing this spot. He's now 4th. And Joe Bessie is back there 5th.
This time by, the leader of the event will get a $2,000 bonus from Gatorade. It is at the halfway point, but that was at a caution flag. They have to run 5 laps under the green. Will Mark Martin pick up that $2,000? Let's see.
Yes,
he will.
Martin, the leader, but Jarrett going for it. up at the bottom of the racetrack and blow right by Mark Martin as we watch from Jimmy Spencer's perspective, and he's looking for third.
And Randy LaJoy, the 74. Mark Martin was leading at the start-finish line. Coming off turn 2, he's running 4th. Just a little bit loose. Yep. Took air off the spoiler, got him a little bit loose, and Mark might have to crack the throttle just a tick.
So it's Dale Jarrett now leading the Goodies 300 here at Daytona. Grissom running second. Jimmy Spencer is third. Fourth is Mark Martin. Fifth, Randy LaJoy. And now Steve Grissom has the lead. And Spencer comes along. We invite you to rejoin us in just a moment for more coverage of the Goodies 300 from Daytona.
My dad had worked with Grissom the year before, so some of these cars might be some of his ideas as well.
Yeah.
So Spencer not pitted?
Not pitted, but he's getting close. He's getting close to his time, I think. He's going to have to.
Didn't you say lap 70 or something, Bill? Okay. Yeah. Purvis go up from top.
Mark, when there get to be fewer cars, there get to be fewer cautions.
Right.
He might be out of cautions.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. We'll do it in your pants. It'll be dry by the time the race is over. That's right.
Exactly.
TMI, guys.
What's WCW stand for?
World Championship Wrestling. I'm surprised you don't know that, Benny. You're going to have to start watching Monday Nitro. That's a great show. Mean Gene Okerlund and Bobby Heenan and
Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Bobby the Brain.
Yeah,
Kyle's watcher.
He's from Indianapolis. Used to hang around the radio stations in Indianapolis.
Hey, Bob?
Yes.
Sting.
No, don't tell me. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that he's here and I'm not going to get to.
Oh, man.
Sting is holding the pit board for Steve Grissom, and Lex Luger is helping in the pit.
That's Lex.
Oh, man. Bring him up here after the race.
I'll get him to blow you a kiss in a minute, Bob.
He sure does. The Smoky Mountain is smoking. Benny described that as a non-tobacco tobacco product.
Okay.
Close enough.
Yeah.
She finishes the kitties.
They knew what you were talking about.
The kitties done.
Yeah, herbal tobacco. Yeah.
Herbal. Okay, that's good.
My hound dog is awesome. She is my best friend in the
Jenkins,
world.
Benny Parsons, Kyle Petty, Bill Weber, and Dr. Jerry Punch back at Daytona International Speedway and the Goodies 300 as Speed Weeks 96 is winding down. But man, have we seen some great racing. And there, ladies and gentlemen, is the lead draft with 6 cars hooked up.
Steve Grissom, Jimmy Spencer, Dale Jarrett, Mark Martin. That's the top 4. Randy LaJoy is 5th.
And the 6th place car there is Larry Pearson. Chad Little is moving up. He's up to 10th place in the green and yellow number 23, the defending champion of this event. Rodney Combs is right behind him.
That's Derek Cope, the 3rd car in that draft. Comes another group of cars.
back in front of him, though. He's got a long way to go to catch the lead draft. There they are. They're the top 6. That's a long line. Can those 3 guys draft up to this many cars?
It depends on just how fast that Chad Little is at this stage of the race. And so far, he hasn't shown the speed to do that. That's not to say he can't, but so far, I don't think I've seen the speed of you, Kyle.
I haven't seen the speed out of Chad's car yet, but I will say in Winston Cup practice all week long, a 3-car draft has been the fastest drafts on the race track. You get to a 4-car draft, you do a 2-car draft, you do a 10-car draft, they're a lot slower. 3 cars can really run fast, and if Chad can pull them, they'll go.
So that's very interesting.
Yes, it is.
I didn't know that.
That's why we pay him the big bucks.
Yes.
Chad has said all week long that his car drafts very well. We're going to see if indeed he's able to come up on this group of leaders.
The red car back in 6th spot is Jeff Purvis, the pole sitter. Remember, he made contact with the outside retaining wall, and he's 3 laps down now. But he has brought Curtis Markham in the 63 car, the Lysol, and Larry Pearson up to the lead group.
Here's the AutoZone race recap. Steve Grissom has led 10 of the first 75 laps. We've had 11 lead changes, 5 caution flags for 23 laps, and the average speed is a little over 123 miles an hour. Lap leaders include Jimmy Spencer, Mike McLaughlin, Steve Grissom, Rodney Combs, and Jeff Purvis. Also, Mark Martin, David Bonnet, Randy LaJoy, Chad Little, and Dale Jarrett. And BP, we saw that there were only, 5 caution periods, but that certainly does not reflect the crashes that we have had and the number of cars that have had to drop out.
Yeah, the severity of the caution flags. We just had a huge caution just a few laps ago, and we're happy to report the hospital has been in touch. All the drivers have been checked out and released. They're okay.
And there are the last 2 cars that have dropped out of the race, Leslie and Fuller. On the racetrack, the war continues.
I'm going to tell you, the 4-car of Purvis, even though he's 3 or 4 laps down, may be the fastest car on the racetrack. He has drugged that 63 and those other crowds right back up to take 5th and 6th positions.
This is Joe Bessie's in-car roof cam, actually. It's Randy LaJoy to the left in 74. Up ahead, Larry Pearson.
74 is Base Motorsports. It was the one that Johnny Benson drove for the year prior and won the championship as well. They will win the championship this year as well with Randy. Steve Bird turning the wrenches both times.
We heard around lap 80, and we're on the 80th lap.
For y'all that don't know, Steve Bird and my dad are still pretty good friends. They go to coffee every Monday still, so it's pretty cool.
Here's Dale Jarrett, who's right behind Jimmy.
The bad part about being out there like Spencer is right now is you're riding out there praying for a caution, knowing you need a caution. And when you run out of gas, you hope you run out of gas coming out of 4, so it won't take a lot of your time. Because if you run out of gas at the tri-oval or down here in turn 1, it's 2 miles back to the pits. And that's a long, helpless coast to get back over here.
Jimmy Spencer will be in next time by. We've completed 80 laps. They're on lap 81.
Let's see if he weighs us off like he's coming into pits this time. He may motion to Dale Jarrett to go to the outside. Dale goes to the inside. There's no way for Spencer to get in the pits.
Whoa,
check up and lose some ground.
Yeah, well, now he's going to get to the bottom. Purvis there on the inside of Mark Martin. Remember, Purvis is 3 laps down. He's not going to come in.
Just, hey, I don't want to get, I'm having too much fun out there, he said. That's Phil Parsons with his damaged Cadillac car, goes a lap down.
He's 23rd, so we got 22 cars on the lead lap.
I was just looking at Stella's baby book. She is just awesome. She's a Plothound Catahoula, 80 pounds of perfect loyalty. He loves her mommy.
Does backing off for an instant save fuel, or does getting back on
Because Mommy takes her to the doggy beach.
Anytime you get back on the throttle, and Spencer now falls off. He's coming in the pits.
She stopped breathing. She's like, what did I hear?
Out of turn number 4, comes onto the apron and is headed for pit road for a pit stop. Bill Weber will call this pit stop as Jimmy Spencer gives up a top 5 position to make the stop. Go, Bill.
Well, they wanted him in last lap. He didn't come in. They told him it was this time or we'll be in big trouble. He weaves his way down pit road. Right side tires and fuel only. This team gambled. They thought they could get to 80. They needed one more caution. They didn't get it. The team desperately working on the right side tires. This will be enough fuel to get them to the end. They don't want to lose a lap on the racetrack. Working on the right front. Fuel still going in. Still waiting on the fuel. Done with the tires. Spencer briefly stalls it, recaptures, and continues down pit road.
Now he's got to keep it under 65 miles an hour or he'll be penalized. He comes down pit road as the field blasts out of turn number 4 at 170 miles an hour.
They should just pass him because it's tough. When you're sitting on pit road trying to catch the pack or trying to catch the draft, I have the spotters tell me when the pack goes in 3 and I leave pit road.
And he was too fast on pit road, and Spencer is going to have to come in for a penalty.
Oh,
can you believe that?
Man, oh, man.
He probably just waited, run the speed limit until they do you in sections. NASCAR does you in sections, and if you can do it, you want to speed up that last little section to jump out and get a good run at the racetrack, and you'll speed up right there. I did it 3 times in a row last year at Wilkesboro, and they got me 3 times in a row, so they'll get you.
Oh, man! Grissom and Spencer almost makes contact. Did you see that? Man, oh, man.
Jimmy going a lap down, but remember, he'll have to come in. There's the NASCAR official that will observe the penalty. Jimmy has fallen in 3rd in line here.
You got 3 laps to serve, so he's just hoping something happens that he can serve it under a slower condition.
He shows no sign of coming in. Black flag is once again being displayed to Jimmy Spencer. So it's Steve Grissom, Dale Jarrett, Mark Martin, Curtis Markham, and Larry Pearson, the top 5 at the end of 84 laps.
What they'll do is pull the scoring card from the scorer and hold on to it until he serves a penalty, and they'll give it back. The scorer's tower at Daytona is in the inside of the track. Most of them are up in by the press booth up top, but here they're on the tri-oval front stretch just behind pit road. You can see the glass room there where they score from.
Jimmy Spencer heeds the black flag. Here he
If
comes
it shows in this picture, I'll point it out. Yeah, it's this building that's right here is the scorer's booth. Because you can see your car come into the tri-oval for quite a while before it crosses the start-finish line.
A little bit like a rolling stop to me, and I've got tickets for those to prove it too.
Now you can't accelerate. You get
past this.
Now you can accelerate.
Yeah, you can't accelerate. You're not supposed to accelerate until you get past the very last pit, and then you can accelerate up from the speed limit.
And also that yellow line there, you can't get all 4 tires above it, right?
Yeah, you're not supposed to. There's a lot of different pit road rules, and I don't understand all of them, obviously, by the amount of times that I've been brought in.
All right, let's concentrate back up front. Grissom, Jarrett, Mark Martin, Markham, and Pearson. And in the mix also there, the 3rd car in line is Jeff Purvis, who is 3 laps down in 24th.
Jarrett tries his best to close up on the back bumper of the Steve Grissom WCW. What does WCW stand for?
World Championship Wrestling, Benny. Well, now you can really drive on the information superhighway. NASCAR www.nascar.com, the official site for NASCAR on the internet. You get all the statistics, schedules, biographical information, qualifying, actual race data as it becomes available, and there are also live chat sessions every week with the drivers, crew chiefs, and team owners. NASCAR Online.
I had dial-up at my apartment in Mooresville. I'll tell you what. It would take, you click download on a photo and you'd walk around to, you know, make coffee, come back and it'll about be uploaded. It's come a long way in 30 years. Less than.
Then the two blue cars, Curtis Markham is in front and Randy LaJoy in the back.
By the way, we talked about Chad a little earlier and how we wondered if he would be able to draft up. He's not having a whole lot of luck. He's still back in 10th position, but really no closer to the lead draft.
I tell you what, we talked about, you talked earlier about Purvis being so fast and catching that pack and dragging him. He drug him up to second, third place right along in that, and then Purvis just pulled over and let him drive back past him. And NASCAR may have said, look, you're 2 or 3 laps down, leave these guys alone, let them race for position.
63 car, Curtis Markham off the pace. Looks like he's coming in the pits.
He was 4th, but has dropped off the pace and is coming in. Here's another group of cars being led by the 55, Johnny Chapman.
That's Bobby Labonte in 44 car. Jeff Green at the tail end of that. That looks like the 18 car of Tim Bender, 3rd in that line.
Some of these cars that are in this pack have been in accidents today.
Yep. Here are the rookies and how they're doing.
Look at those rookies. We're running 15th.
Johnny Chapman 12th, Dillon 15th, Pete Orr's out of the race. Glenn Allen Jr. 32nd.
That guy on the top of the list kind of just barely heard of. They didn't even hardly mention him.
And the 55 car is sponsored by the Cracker Barrel people.
Mike Dillon in the 72. That's Richard Childress' son-in-law?
That's correct. He's driving for Ron Parker this year in the Detroit gasket car. This is the one that Tracy Leslie drove in 1995. Vic Kangas is the crew chief, general manager of that team now, and he's very high on Mike Dillon. He's impressed so much with his driving ability so far.
They were talking about my dad.
See how things are going at the
It's kind of cool. I never knew all this stuff till I rewatched.
with Dale Jarrett and Mark Martin running right behind, then Randy LaJoy in 4th.
Got a Chevrolet, 2 Fords, and a Chevrolet.
Coming up to lap, Curtis Markham now, who's 19th. Markham, of course, made the pit stop just a few laps ago. Riding with Randy LaJoy.
David Bonnet just made a pit stop in the Restore car. We saw him lead a lap just a few laps ago.
We're on lap number 93 now, and Steve Grissom has led since lap number 71. Jerry and Bill will bring us up to date on pit strategy when we return to the Goodies 300.
After I end this stream, after the race, I will upload it to my YouTube page. And it's in the very first playlist, just so y'all know. This is from the other day. It's the preview to this race. And I'll play the 500 next time.
Okay.
The Daytona 500 is the next race on the list. And we were with the Lake Speed Spam car.
How we doing? How much
So
time
if
we
you
got left,
can't
Mr.
watch
Goldberg?
the whole thing, you can go to YouTube and skip through and watch parts you want and things like that.
When they gonna start pitting?
I also leave the VOD on Twitch till whenever they decide to delete it or whatever.
Well, I mean, I just didn't want to start pitting while we were...
Before we told them when they were going to pit, right?
Exactly. That's exactly.
There is a delay every time they switch to and from the blimp. It's weird. Let's see,
They can
let's
make at
get...
least 53 laps, so expect them not to come in until lap 106. They'll be about 14 laps shy of the finish. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
Well, I asked Mark Martin's crew chief Bobby Leslie, can you make it to the end? He goes, heck no. They were going to aim for lap 100. They were last in on lap 54. That's the same lap Dale Jarrett pitted on. So I asked his crew chief John Irvin, can you make it to the end? And I can't tell you what he said, but talking to him just a few minutes ago, he said that they might make a run for it. Now, they've been negotiating back down here, the 32 and the 60, talking back and forth. I don't think they're going to pit together, but I think if anybody's going to roll the dice, I think it'll be John Irvin and Dale Jarrett. They might be able to make it, but boy, oh boy, they would really be stretching the old fuel mileage if they do.
Mike Dillon's in the pits. Jerry Punch is there.
First pit stop, Benny. The car's in the lead left. He was running in 12th spot. He changed 2 right side tires, still full of fuel, and he is down and away to Detroit Gasket Chevy.
That was my dad that bent over
While we watch him roll out,
and grabbed something off pit road. And he was talking to him on the way out.
He's done a clean job so far this afternoon and is running in 16th position.
And Tim Bender, one of the leading rookies in the 18 car, the Aero Performance car, pitted just a few laps ago. NASCAR penalized him for pitting for running too fast on pit road. Black flag. He had to come back in. He'll lose another lap. Here's the leader. Just not going to be long until we're going to see pit stops.
100 laps completed, 20 to go. We're riding with Randy LaJoy.
This is when you're really nervous. You don't want to make a pit stop too soon. You make a pit stop, the caution comes out, you're the odd man out. Those guys are still racing for the win, and you're racing a lap down. So these guys want to try to pit together for a couple of reasons.
Oh, those are the spam guys pitting them.
And they want somebody to
I
run.
recognize them.
One of the Busch Grand National North drivers, Jamie Obey, car number 41, completes his pit stop and pulls back into the race. He's running in 16th position, lap down. And now going 2 laps down as he gets up to speed. Hermie Sadler has been on pit road for quite a while. And now he begins to pull away. Hut Strickland comes in, and so does Jeremy Mayfield once again. That's an odd-looking race car, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Doesn't have a front end. Jeremy Mayfield was in the pits because he was speeding the last time and got caught.
NASCAR is watching him closely here, insisting they stay below 65. Derek Cope is in.
Jerry Punch is down in Hut's pit, Jerry.
Well, this was not a scheduled pit stop, but he came in again because he has a cut left rear tire. Apparently the rear end of the car is shifting back and forth, and the tire is actually coming out and being cut by the fender. So the Herbal 2 car not doing real well. Herb's not having a good day.
He's running 26th, 6 laps down. Hut Strickland is.
And they're trying to figure out exactly why that situation is that Jerry Punch was talking about.
It isn't going to be long before these guys have to come in for a pit stop. We'll take a quick break and be back with more from Daytona right after this. The question is, when will those running up front begin to pit? Here comes Randy LaJoy. He's signaling behind him that he is dropping out of the lead draft and coming in for his final pit stop.
Downshift in second gear. Kyle, the reason he gets the second gear because he's got to read the tack in that gear.
You have to read the tack. That's the only thing. These cars have no speedometers. You have to know what RPMs you have to be at. On a Winston Cup car with the gears and the motors that we're running, it's about 3,800 RPMs in second gear. That's where he wants to be at.
Randy is pitted way down toward turn number 1, so it's a long way down there. He finally arrives. Here's Jerry.
And they will fuel the car and change left side tires only. No right side tire change. Steve Bird, the crew chief. This is the same team that won the championship last year with Johnny Benson driving the car. Remember, LaJoie has never won a super speedway race. In fact, has never won a Busch South race. His car down and away after left side tires only.
17-second pit stop for LaJoie as he goes back out onto the racetrack. And the leaders are coming up to put a lap on him. But remember, those up front are also going to have to come in before too long. That's Steve Grissom. Dale Jarrett running second.
Now then, some of these cars will just put a little bit of fuel, or like 1 can of fuel in that car and not change tires.
Larry Pearson is in. Here's Bill.
And they bring the Stanley Tool Chevrolet onto pit road, and quickly he's away. They wanted to pit with Purvis, the 4 car, so they'd have a drafting partner, and back to the track.
He was running 10th when he came in for his stop.
And here comes the leader off the tri-oval. Still have not pitted. Grissom, Jarrett, Martin, Bessie. And the 63 car of Markham.
There's a 95 of David Green. He's making the final pit stop. No tires for this stop, just some fuel, and away he goes.
He's a gas man that can run about 60 miles an hour and can chase that car down pit road.
That would be rollerblades.
Huh?
Put him on rollerblades and let him just slide beside it. Larry Pearson and those guys had a really, really good pit stop because they were running 9th or 10th and came out in front of the leaders. And I'm not sure they're still in front of the leaders. They're still right now in front of them.
Still no sign. They stay out there, the front 4. As you can see on your scoring pylon, all this has moved the 23 car of Little up to 5th. Here's Jerry.
Benny, you're talking about needing good athletes on this final pit stop. Well, Grissom's sponsor is the World Championship Wrestling. They've got Sting holding the pit board, and Lex Luger, the massive Lex Luger here in the pits, helping on pit road. Could get better athletes than that. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
Well,
hello, good to see you.
He's going to have to stop. In fact, they thought he was going to stop with a 32, that they were going to team up and coming together. In fact, they were all set to do that, and John Irvindale, Jarrett's crew chief, said, we're not going to do it. Mark Martin tried to get into pit road and then couldn't make it. Nearly a wreck down there, so Martin loses valuable space on the track, cannot get to pit road, and the race continues.
And he's out of gasoline. He's out of gas. Mark tried to get on pit road. The 38 car of Setzer was there, a wrecked car. He pulled in front of it, and I do believe he ran out of gas. Didn't he, Kyle?
It looked like he did. He got hit pretty good in the rear. He looks like he's built back up to speed here a little bit, but he got hit pretty hard.
Wow, a tough break for Mark Martin, who was running 3rd and poised maybe for position to win this race. Here's what happened.
That's Setzer on the right side of the screen. Watch as Martin comes down, and Setzer will run in the back of him.
And Mark couldn't get slowed down, so he did not pit. And now Steve Grissom, the leader of the race, is coming in. And so is Martin. Here's Jerry Punch to call the stop by Steve.
65 miles an hour. Sandy Jones, the new crew chief for Gary and Carolyn Bechtel down here with Steve Grissom, and he has made the call. Fuel only, no tires. Clean the front grill. Fuel only in the Grissom pit. Let's check in with Bill.
8 gallons of fuel for Mark Martin. He's away. He stalls the car. He has left side damage. They bang that out. He continues. Look out for traffic down there. He dodges. Chad Little returns to the race.
Joe Bess is in the pits, the Delco Remy car. One of the front runners as Grissom goes back on the racetrack. Chad Little is in, the John Deere car, and he stalled it.
Joe Bessie, here's his stop.
But he's got to back up the official company.
Oh.
And Chad's car won't start. They got to push him back. And he's got to wait 15 seconds. The official said, I'm going to time you for 15 seconds. And we...
Longest 15 seconds in the world right here.
That had to be 10 minutes, he said. But Joe, watch your speed.
What the hell are you servicing it for when it's beyond the pit stall? You know that.
Oh, look at him tear out of the pits. Chad Little is still in. They cannot get that car fired. He moved up to 5th position. Dale Jarrett hasn't pitted yet. Now he drops down and heads for the pits. Here's Bill Weber.
Well, John Irvin told me that Dale Jarrett was going to make it, that they were going to try and go without stopping for fuel, but that's not the case. The 32 car slowly coasts to the pits. They jam in the fuel can. It's gas only. They try and clean off the grill. Dale Jarrett slowly rolls away, doesn't want to break that speed limit.
That's a great pit stop. Here comes Steve Grissom off turn 4. I believe that Grissom and Dale Jarrett's going to be hooked up when it's all over and said and done with. 10 laps to go.
Man, what a conclusion we are set up for, folks. There they come. The leaders are coming through the frame. We'll be right back in just a moment from Daytona.
Jarrett.
And Bill Weber has more.
They still feel like they could have made it to the end without stopping, but Benny and Kyle, I think the situation came to them. Everybody else had stopped. They had nothing to lose, so they came in and got enough to ensure that they could reach the finish line.
And they've got a pretty comfortable lead if their car is fast enough to hold it.
If it's fast enough to hold it. If they felt like they could go to the end, they were in a win-win situation. These other guys knew they couldn't go. They were having to take 8 gallons of gas. They were having to take 6 gallons of gas. If Dale thought he could make it to the end, he only had to take a splash. And it shows up on the racetrack. They're all running together. He comes in, has a shorter pit stop, and it equates to that on the racetrack to a couple of 100 yards.
Well, he's never won this race. Dale Jarrett hasn't, but he finished second in 1994. We'll be back with the conclusion of the Goodies 300 in just a moment. Jarrett leads the Goodies 300 in the closing laps, and a blockbuster video blimp. We salute once again the blimp based in Orlando, Florida. We look forward to seeing them at other events this year that ESPN is at.
Okay, guys, 7 laps to go, 6 when they come by this time. And I believe Grissom is gaining on it, isn't he, Kyle? Looks to me like Grissom is gaining.
He's gaining a little bit, but it's just like you say. He's got help in front of him. He's got a little bit of help, got a little bit of draft to kind of suck him along and pull him along. And he may make a race out of this yet.
There's Grissom trying to catch up to Jarrett. And yes, definitely, the interval is definitely decreasing.
And Spencer is still in the middle of the twosome. There we see Dale Jarrett, the leader on the left. Jimmy Spencer a lap down. That white car in the middle. And there comes Grissom in second place.
There's 2 things that can happen here. Spencer may pull the 29 card, pull Grissom back up there, and then drop out of line and say, okay, boys, go at it. And just drop out and be a non-factor. He was a factor by helping Grissom get back in the race, but it will get out of the race. Or he may just pull Grissom absolutely straight by Jarrett and on out of the thing. But you got to remember, it's Daytona. Catching somebody and passing somebody is 2 entirely different things.
Here they come. 5 to go. 5 to go this time.
Steve Grissom's best finish here was 10th in 92. Here's a field summary showing you where your favorite driver is with less than 5 laps to go. 10 cars on the lead lap. There's Jimmy Spencer, who goes to the inside of Dale Jarrett.
My dad's team's in P15.
And Grissom is going to come along, isn't he? And take the lead.
1 lap down.
Yes, he did. Grissom takes the lead.
Now, can Steve Grissom.
So, Kyle, option number 2 that you gave us was the one that came into being, huh?
Evidently, and I tell you what's really strange about this, we talk about Saturday racing, we talk about Sunday racing. Here's Jimmy Spencer in a Chevrolet on Saturday, driving a Ford on Sunday, helping a Chevy driver on Saturday beat a Ford driver on Sunday. That's worse than Daytona's qualifying system.
3.5 laps to go. Steve Grissom now has the lead over Dale Jarrett. Jimmy Spencer, car number 20, is in the lead lap now in 11th position.
On the tail end of the lead lap, he would have to go around 2.5 miles to be in front of these cars.
$117 laps are completed. We've got 3 to go in the Goodies 300. There's John Urban.
Dale Jarrett what he would do if he was in that position to win the race. It sounds like that Dale Jarrett just simply has to run wide open to stay behind Steve Grissom.
Grissom won the Busch Grand Nationals championship in 1993. He has 10 wins to his credit.
And I tell you, the engine builder that builds this engine in the 29 car, they've had a tremendous amount of success at Daytona. That's B&R engine down in Winston-Salem. Kenny Bingham and Ronnie Revis.
If you remember this race last year, Grissom's leading the race coming out of turn 4, and he checks up a little bit when the car gets loose. That's why they have the major pileup down there, and Chad Little wins the race. So Grissom has been in this position before at Daytona.
Less than 2 to go now.
Jarrett gets a run down the backstretch.
Looks like he got a good run that time. He's got less than a lap and a half to make the move if he can.
And Spencer moves over and lets him go.
Says, guys, go at it. Yep, it's your race.
That was a nice move by Jimmy Spencer.
It sure was. So here,
very good move.
Here come the 2 out of corner number 4 and get the white flag. Will it be Steve Grissom? Will it be Dale Jarrett in the Goodies 300 in 1996? We're on the last lap.
Shows a lot of class on Jimmy Spencer's part to do that.
Dale got a good run right here, last lap. About a car length between the 2 as they head for the end of the backstretch and into turn 3. Jarrett is going to go high, and Spencer may go with him up there, but Grissom slides up the racetrack and provides the block momentarily. It's coming down to the checkered flag. Who's going to win it? It is Steve Grissom and Dale Jarrett, and Grissom wins by a car length and a half.
What a great race it was, to be honest.
Meanwhile, there are other battles on the racetrack.
It was a fantastic
The 92
race.
car, Larry Pearson, the standing car, the last off 4 position. It's Pearson and then Curtis Martin.
Pearson had a great pit stop that put him in that position.
He will take 4th place. Martin will finish 3rd.
So it's Steve Grissom who has driven to victory in the Goodies 300 here at Daytona. We'll be back to talk with them in a moment.
I feel like Dad might have had a
Good
part
job,
in that,
Kyle.
you know, since he had worked with them
Have
the
a
year
good one
before,
tomorrow.
and that's kind of neat. This is probably a brand new car. Most of them are for Daytona.
Body slam the rest of them, I'm telling you.
Good job, Steve.
Wow.
I hear the fireworks going off.
Okay.
Even here up in Flagler, I can hear them sometimes go off if the wind is blowing right.
Look at that shot going into victory lane. What's it?
Okay. Okay. There's a bush race on Saturday, right?
Yep.
Okay.
These same cars.
What a neat guy. Okay. That's no problem.
Steve, stay in the car, sir. Okay.
We're ready. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, Larry.
Yeah, we're ready.
Larry, Neil's got to get this interview in. Let him.
ESPN Speed World coverage of the Goodies 300 is being brought to you by the more than 1,225 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By TM8 engine treatment from Valvoline, because driving is more stop than go. And by the NASCAR Story. To order, call 871-NASCAR. Here's Jerry Punch.
Steve Grissom getting set to climb out of the winning Chevrolet in victory lane, having won the 38th annual Goodies 300, and gets a huge dousing from the crew members. And Steve, congratulations on surviving today. What a wild scramble out there.
Man, I tell you, it was super. I just can't say enough for the guys on the team, man. I mean, they prepared a great car. Kenny Beamson, Ronnie Revis, I mean, we had a rocket ship for a motor. And, I mean, from the first time on the racetrack Monday morning, the car runs super
Tony.
good then. And we had
It
good
was a
qualifying
good
effort,
race.
And, you know, thank God for a safe race. I tell you what, it's all right.
Steve Grissom, 1993 Series champion, wins the first one here in 96. Bob?
Here are the unofficial results of the Goodies 300 here today, with 9 cars
My dad's
finishing
car
on the
finished
lead lap.
15th.
We had 3 pretty big crashes. Everybody's okay, and what a thrilling finish to
Do
this
they
one,
do
Benny.
interviews?
It was a fantastic finish. And we see
No.
Johnny Rumney back in 16th.
Not really.
Bill Parsons 3 laps down in 24th. Not the way you wanted to finish Speed Weeks.
That's for sure. Boy, it's been a great time down here as we have brought you so many hours of coverage, but we had a ball, and we hope that you enjoyed
That was a
every
hard-earned
minute of it.
35th
Shop
for
Talk
Fuller,
is
I'll tell
coming
you.
up next here on ESPN. Don't forget,
He drove
these same
around with a
cars
half-broke
will be
car
in
half the race.
Richmond, and we will be in Richmond for the Busch Race and the Winston Cup as we return there after an absence of many years. Thanks to Kyle Petty, Benny Parsons, Bill Weber, and Dr. Jerry Punch. This is Bob Jenkins. So long, everyone.
All right, so it is over. I'll pause that. Go right into Daytona. It's gonna probably screw me around with some ads and stuff. It always does. It's a satellite feed. Maybe not. Gotta hit play. It helps. Let me pause that just a second. Yeah, I knew it would do that.
Please, let me join your guild.
3-4 on the line.
Oops.
1,
why
2,
is
3,
it?
4.
I was reviewing it. Caught me.
Do you have a car?
Now I have to do
and
more
do you
of
have a clean
these.
driving record?
satellite feed. So anyway, this is me. Hi. Thank you for watching, and I'll upload this all to my Miss T Motorsports YouTube later. And yeah, good to see you. Thank you for coming and watching. And if I got to take a break during this 500 because it's so long, I might skip ahead some. I will, but let's just get Daytona over with so next time we can go to Rockingham. Okay. Top. Let's watch. Watch. I'm going to skip in the beginning because it's on satellite. Oh, and I got to skip that Tanya Tucker song or else it'll copyright ding me. There we go.
Standing, waiting, anticipating
Daytona.
one of the most competitive 500-mile events in the history of the great American race. After 17 years, the trials of one man in this race are foremost in many minds.
With its race truck driver Ron Hornaday looking in, offering a little last-minute coaching, Dale Earnhardt sits ready to go. He has 28 major race victories at this speedway, including 2 this week. But there's an empty
Sounded like it was on
trophy
fast speed.
shelf. Dale, can you be the 8th man to win this race from the pole today?
I don't see no reason why not. We feel good about today. It's been a great week for us, and I want to thank everybody that had anything to do with it. It's been a big part of it. Want to send our thoughts and prayers out to my Uncle Jay and Aunt Ramona. We lost my cousin Lynn. It was my same age Friday to an accident, and so we'll send our prayers out to them. But it's going to be a good day. It's a great, beautiful day for racing, and everybody's up for it. These race fans are sure we're getting pumped up for it, so we're ready.
But Dale, is there any car here that can pull out and pass by itself?
Hopefully this Black 3 can.
Let's go high atop Daytona International Speedway. Ken Squire.
Sterling Marlin first came to Daytona in 1967. He was 10, set in a pickup truck to watch his dad in this race. Now he's the man of the hour, about to attempt to become the first man to ever win this race 3 straight years. His day starts as it does every Daytona 500, 5 a.m. in the morning. No chauffeur, no limo.
Up 5 and went to bed about, I don't know, 10:30 when the bush race was over. Checked it out. I ain't real good on turn signals. Give me 4 sunrisers. How about you got the chocolate donuts this morning? I'm just anxious to get going. Been down here 2 weeks, and car's running great, and I think I've got a really good chance to win a race today if everything goes right. I'm about the same parking spot as last year. All right, we ready?
Every year we make the same. Yeah, it's right time, too. There it is, right there.
Let's do it.
Moments from the start, Dick Berggren is standing by with Sterling Marlin.
Ever since Kimora was a little girl, she had her sights set on the sky, and Spectrum Internet brought the sky to her fingertips.
In 1994 and 1995, Sterling Marlin had the strongest race car in the Daytona 500. So how about it, Sterling? You get the strongest race car today?
Well, I tell you, all the boys on the Kodak team, man, they've done a great job, and car's running great, and we just got to be here at the end to battle for the win, and we just hope we're there.
Have you formed any pre-race drafting partners, or are you going to wait for the race to unfold to do that?
Well, you just got to wait for the race to unfold and see who's where, and our car's running good, 3, the Hendricks cars, the Yates cars, so it's a bunch of good cars to win this race, and we just need to be there at the end, and hopefully I'm leading with 3 or 4 to go.
Nobody's ever won it 3 times in a row. This guy could do it today. To David Hobbs.
Well, I'm with Ernie Irvin. Ernie, just 18 months ago, it was a miracle you even saw the light of day. Last Sunday, you got the outside pole, and Thursday, you led from flag to flag. It must seem like a dream come true.
Well, it definitely is. You know, it's just a dream come true that I was able to live and is able to race again. And hopefully this dream's going to keep continuing.
With the slight changes to the rules this year, these cars are even more even than usual. Just tell me how you expect to win this race today.
I don't even know. I expect to win just because, you know, we did all of our homework, and hopefully we'll put ourselves in the right position.
Well, there's a man who should know he's won it before the race. Ken?
They've all done their homework. 43 strong are out here on the grid, and they're ready to go for further for $3,600,000 in this 38th annual Daytona 500. There are so many great stories. We've covered 3 of them, and Ned Jarrett, 2-time Winston Cup champions, alongside again. I can't ever recall a year when there have been more human stories, more dramatic stories than we have in 1996.
Oh, a lot of great stories, Ken, and we've already heard about 3 of them, and certainly we can't leave out the 1995 NASCAR Winston Cup champion, Jeff Gordon. He won 7 races on his way to the title a year ago, and he has a strong car for today. How about Dale Jarrett? He won the Busch Clash a week ago. He won the 1993 Daytona 500. He, too, has a strong car. He's a teammate with Ernie Irvan. And there are many other hopefuls in this field that certainly have a chance at winning, and their role in this race will play out as the race goes on here this afternoon. Ken, I think the competition is a little bit closer than we've seen it in a long, long time here at Daytona. NASCAR has mandated the engines can have no more than 14-to-1 compression ratio, which is reduced to horsepower some 40 to 50, but slowed them down about 4 miles an hour. You'd never notice that out on the racetrack with the cars going around the track. But what it's done is brought the field closer together. The last place man in this race can draft with the man on the pole if he can get to him. And I think we're going to see a lot of drafting going on here this afternoon, and a lot of 2 and 3 abreast racing.
And the practice became so intense. 4 times they had to stop it because they were getting just too racy. Well, also joining us for the first time this year is a well-known face to many race fans in America. You may remember him from 1980. That's when he flashed a victory in the Daytona 500 at the fastest rate that this race has ever been run, 177 miles an hour. That was Buddy Baker then, and this is Buddy Baker now. It's a delight to have you join us.
Well, thank you, Ken. And Ned's talking about the parity between the race cars here. There's one difference this year. The Ford, the Pontiac, they're in the fight this time. They have as much downforce as the Monte Carlo Chevrolet. So we're in for one heck of a great race today, and I can't wait for it to get started.
Let me tell you, folks, you've got in the front 10, 5 Fords and 5 Chevys. You've got 6 Pontiacs. They've all qualified. This is not going to be a story about tires as it has sometimes. Not a story about engines as it has sometimes. True, there's technology here, but that's the bottom line, the technology. This race, this 38th Daytona 500 is a race for drivers. It is the great American race, and it's going to bring out the best in 43 of NASCAR's finest. Stay with us, relax if you can, and enjoy it.
CBS Sports presentation of the Daytona 500 is sponsored by Mobil Motor Oil. At Mobil, we've been changing oil for over 125 years. Goodyear, #1 in tires. And by Sears, the official
This is the coffee I'm making this morning. I'm holding it still for a long time. Okay. It is Santa's White Christmas, coconut and caramel and vanilla. I usually like straight up good Colombian strong coffee, but medium roast. But I liked the picture of Santa Claus on there. And it smells so good. Oh my God, it smells like Christmas. Yummy. You're my percolator.
Thank you. Thank you. Asked him who pulled the tape off the front of the car, the driver.
battleships sunk. Enemy battleship detected. Enemy submarine spotted. Attention. Reporting the target position. Enemy heavily damaged.
Hear that percolator? I don't know if you can hear it. It's real loud in here, but the directional mic.
I'm here.
Let me see if you can hear it.
Hold on.
No, not
Buddy's
yet.
not on yet. Yeah, I'm here. I'm all set. That's right.
Yes, I do, Steve.
I think that's cool. Anyway. This national anthem, Engelbert Humperdinck does probably the best national anthem I've heard at a racetrack. It was like really amazing. I was here. We were working with Span.
It may seem a strange sport here in Daytona that starts the season with its biggest event. It's Super Bowl, but racing is by no means backwards. Look at the drivers are even on the internet, including the man whom it took 17 years to finally win the Great American Race, three-time national champ Darrell Waltrip. What does it mean to a driver to go to victory lane on this day?
Well, this is the greatest race we have. This is, as I always say, our Super Bowl. Every sport has something that sets it apart from every event, you know, that they run, and this is it right here. But this is a beautiful day in Florida. It's on national TV. All my friends and fans are watching. I want to do something good for them.
Good luck, Darrell, starting 40th. Here's Ken Squire.
Let's go immediately trackside for more of the pre-race ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for today's invocation by the Reverend Hal Marchman.
Let us pray. Almighty God, on this wonderful day, here in the midst of the excitement of the world's greatest stock car race, we pause to confess that the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, and those that dwell therein. And we confess that we are your children, you are our God, and we invoke your blessings on all of the people from all over the world who are gathered here this day.
Good morning, Pops. How are you? I got coffee brewing. I was standing in there, wherever the 9 is. I was standing right next to the wall.
World-renowned recording artist.
Maybe inside the wall. Sometimes I didn't go on the track. Hard to remember. This is probably the best national anthem. That was such a good one. He is effortless when he sings it, I think. It was a good one. Get my coffee. It's just about done brewing. I just mixed in the cream. This was awesome. Nothing like it. I'm looking for our 9 sign, which is bright yellow. It's way down, probably. I don't know. Have to see. My ex was carrying tires.
Kitchen knife? I found one for you. It's the Japanese chef's knife that's winning thousands of reviews from top chefs around the world. Yes.
The Busch race wasn't. I got flyover sounds. Oh, Jesus, that's yucky. I'm sorry, Pops. My morning's going way better than yours.
Here is the starting lineup for the 1996
I hope they're not wet from the
Daytona 500.
unclogging.
Ladies and gentlemen, the field of 43 start. For the first time from the pole, Dale Earnhardt, alongside the 91 Daytona champion, Ernie Irvan. In row 2, two-time and going for 3 in a row, Sterling Marlin. And beside him, Ken Schrader. For row 3, twice a runner-up in the 500, Texas Terry Labonte and John Andretti of Indianapolis. Going to row 4, the 93 500 winner, Dale Jarrett, and the defending Winston Cup champion, Jeff Gordon. In row 5, it's Wally Dallenbach Jr. and Ricky Rudd. Row 6 is Michael Waltrip, first ride for the Wood Brothers and Morgan Shepherd.
Okie dokie, got my coffee.
Ward Burton and the 26-year-old Kentucky native Jeremy Mayfield. Row 8, Mark Martin and Jeff Burton. For row 9, it's Mike Wallace and Elton Sawyer. In row 10, Pennsylvania's Mr. Excitement.
We qualified first on the second day.
In row 11,
So I don't know where that puts us in the lineup.
champion Bill Elliott and the 1990 winner Derek Cope. In row 12, the 29th consecutive Daytona 500 for Dave Marcus and Loy Allen Jr. Row 13 is Robert Presley and Steve Grissom.
My ex was with the number 9 spam car, and I was there too, just for fun.
For row 15, it's Kyle Petty and Chad Little. Row 16 is
There we are.
Fast and Lake Speed. Row
32nd.
17, Kenny Wallace and Jeff Purvis. Row 18, Bobby Labonte and the sophomore from Maine, Ricky Craven. In row 19, it's Joe Nemechek and the 86 winner, Jeff Bodine. In row 20, driving for Richard Petty, Bobby Hamilton, and the 89 winner of the 500 alongside Darrell Waltrip. In row 21, Brett Bodine and Hut Strickland. And starting 43rd on the field, Rusty Wallace. The field about to roll out. 24 Fords.
It's
13
chilly in Florida. I
Chevrolets,
can't
6
imagine how it
Pontiacs
is in Texas.
For the 38th running of the Daytona 500.
Oh, I saw when I was making my coffee, they had the flyover.
Dale Jarrett's camera giving us these pictures. Most ever onboard camera. 9 Daytona 500. The field rolling away, ladies and gentlemen. We're just about ready to go.
Oh,
racing
no.
here on
Oh,
CBS
man.
With the lion of the races, the Daytona
I hope
500.
you don't have carpet.
Green flag coming up. Stay with us.
Who threw the paper towels in there? That's all I think of any time I've ever had a problem. Unless the line froze. It couldn't have froze yet, right? I don't know what temperature it is outside today. I didn't actually look. $55. Looked on my other laptop. that is awesome, King Phantom. My dad actually will work with that team, the Square D 81 in the next year in '97. He's going to work a few races with Mike Dillon, which he just finished the Goodies race 15th, and then he will go to a couple more races. But I think in Atlanta he ends up with the 47, which is Ricky Stenhouse's team now, but it was Busch team then with Jeff Fuller, and they will go on to do pretty good, I think, and win Bristol. And then my dad ended up going to Kenny Wallace the following year, and Mike Wallace, then Kenny Wallace. It's kind of my dad was a suitcase Jake kind of guy. Let's see. Oh, yeah, right there on the side, right on the side, which is right here. Yeah, that's Dad at the Square D car. This is like a long satellite break. Let me skip it till it talks.
Why is everyone spiraling over YouTube banning ad blockers? Like, chill, guys.
This has
Just
got
use
to be a
Pi. It's a free
NASCAR
Chrome
one.
extension that's actually
Onto the rear. The 11
No,
Brett
Smith.
Bodine, the 18, the Joe Gibbs car, Bobby Labonte.
They're monetized for them guys.
And there's 18 on pit road. And,
Which is fine.
Ready to come back out again.
I usually have YouTube Premium, but I've had to cut back on a few things lately.
Help him out later on. Darrell Waltrip also stopped.
The end of the year is always my crunch time because the lease renews and it's always higher. The medical stuff, everything like that. My registration renewals are from September to December. I'm hit with like bang, 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 all these odd bills. So my TV watching gets cut down a bit. As far as premium services, I can't buy any premium services right now. I get a cost of living raise in 2 months, maybe. And then I can think about it again.
Only one race has been run in less than 3 hours. Baker did it at 2 hours, 57 minutes. There you see Earnhardt on the pole.
2.5%.
Race today, but here again,
it's
that's
like
why they run races. You never can tell.
$30.
Green this time by.
To see if they can be the winner of the 38th Daytona 500. He's now working off of turn number 4.
For those technical-minded people, these cars can go about 50 laps on a tank of fuel.
Pace car's bringing him down. Pace car's still out. Watch. There is the move. It's in.
I love the real flagman. Now they're just actors that listen to NASCAR. Oh, they're 3 wide in the middle. Don't do that yet. Somebody missed a shift, maybe?
And 3 wide. Marlin to the inside. We talked about how racy they were in practice. 3 times they had to bring them in.
Because they were racing 2 and 3 abreast.
And 4 wide going into turn 1 once.
But Marlin had to back off that time going into the turn.
Look how far Earnhardt has put back through the field. He's gone from 8 or 9 positions. That's him right there in the 3 car. He starts down the front straightaway. Did not have a good start.
Well, he wanted to lead that first lap. There are 5 bonus points that goes to any driver who leads a lap.
4 wide for a moment through the tri-oval as Earnhardt hung it on the bottom. Staying in front, Ernie Irvin, Schrader second, Marlin third, John Andretti up to 4th, Jeff Gordon in there in 5th.
It takes about 2 laps for these cars to get up to full speed because of the restrictions that are put on the carburetor and the engine.
Riding with Gordon. See Schrader pocketed just down inside of him, John Andretti just in front.
You know, Ned, just as it was in the 125, you see Ernie Irvin moving along there. That car is...
These are kind of like your Gen 4 on the sim.
The Fords and the Pontiac will really close the gap can see right now, they can run high or low. It's really fast this year.
Going high. Look
Oh
how
boy,
high
that
he's
don't
going,
look good.
Trying to take over the lead up there.
Everything
Gordon's
looked out
trying
of
to follow him through, and look what he's
out
doing
of
for Ernie
sorts.
Irvin.
Dropping him back. That middle is not the place to be.
Absolutely not. He wants to get out of there as quick as he can.
Schrader leading.
Here comes Earnhardt making it 4 deep, going under Dale Jarrett and Ernie Irvin. Jarrett backed off and let Irvin get back in. That's his teammate, so he wanted to give him a spot back before he went too far back.
You know, that's an average day at the office for Earnhardt. He makes those moves all $500.
Irvin's not running right.
Like that.
Back to the tri-oval. 7.5 miles down with Schrader out in front. Dick Berggren has this report.
Richard Childress says don't worry about his driver Dale Earnhardt. They just got to
The reason I don't think he's running right is he's not following his line and stuff. It looks like he's distracted.
There you see Gordon trying the outside. They've got
Meaning Ernie Irvin.
Now, Terry's a very patient person. He'll fall out of that group. He does not like the middle part of this pack, I guarantee you.
He is a cool customer.
See John Andretti there, the 37 car. Everybody says he's a dark horse in this race. I don't think he's dark horse. He's run well all week long. In practice, he's been one of the fastest cars here.
Or he's pushing like crazy. He's just not in everybody else's line.
Sprint stocks.
Of course, his famous uncle is Mario Andretti, who won the Daytona 500 back in 1967. There they go.
For the lead. Right back at it another time. Earnhardt squirrels that car onto the bottom of the track, squares it away in turn number 2. What a move, and here comes Texas Terry right along with him. Front of the field, Earnhardt is there. Labonte, Ernie Irvin moving back up. There you see Schrader in fourth. Then it's Sterling Marlin fading a bit high, and back to the inside comes John Andretti in number 37. Smooth and easy thus far. The best of the best here in the 500 as you look back over the field. Nobody's going to get a chance to sit down if they keep running like this. The third different guy to leave thus far.
I was thinking the same thing, that they're getting awful racy so soon.
Those guys will go to war here.
Looks like they've calmed down a little bit.
Easing on up the track in number 94.
Just in front of him, that's the...
When you put your heart and soul into creating something, you want it to make an impact.
With the Hugh ride in the Roush car.
Elliott back there in 19th spot at the present time.
This is a new look for Dale Jarrett there. He's the third car on the inside. The number 88 car. He's been very, very fast in practice all week long here.
Elliott's picked up just 2 spots from the start. Interval 1st to 43rd. Interval 1st to 43rd. 3.6 seconds.
And that's what about the space that it takes to put them in, because they're running that close together.
Okay, Ned, we have the first situation where we have team cars fixing to get together here. Dale's right behind Ernie Irvin. Do you think it's going to start working this early in the race?
He's been trying his best to help Ernie get back up there after Ernie got sort of hung out there in the middle a little bit ago.
Cancel that plan on the outside there. Terry Labonte and Schrader are hooked up. You see them on the outside there. They're going to work as hard as they can to get back to the front also.
Of course, they're teammates as well from the Hendrick Motorsports team.
Terry Labonte, who won 3 races last year, looking good at the present time. He's another guy. Take a look at some of this interval. I mean, there isn't any. That's what the interval is through lap 6. Over the front 5 of the field, Earnhardt, Irvin, Jarrett, Labonte, and Dallenbach in that white and black numbered 15, having a terrific run. That's a one-race only deal for the Bud Moore team. One of the great names in NASCAR racing, coming here without a sponsor. Picked one up at the last minute, and Dallenbach has picked that car up into number 15 into the 5th position, losing one. Dallenbach under heavy pressure. Schrader, Martin, Ward Burton in the 22. That's the leading Pontiac of the race. Ward Burton's number 22, 3 wide, going to 1.
Dale Jarrett got caught in the middle that time.
See Dolan back there. He may have one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. He's now battling it out for third spot there. He's on the bottom side of Terry Labonte as they go down the back straightaway.
Dallenbach, who started in 9th position today, creeping along on the inside.
One car has slowed dramatically coming off of turn 2. It is Dick Prickle off the pace.
And he was having a great run in that final happy hour of practice on Saturday. He was as formidable as anything out here. Now the car is slowing down. Oh, car in trouble. It's Jeff Gordon in the wall. Warden pasted the wall, picked it back up. He's trying to work his way to the bottom of the track. He couldn't get in. Everybody's still squirrely. There goes to 29. Behind him yesterday, Grissom loose. He gets tagged by Nemechek. 2 more cars spinning. Is that Rusty Wallace getting tagged? Wallace working his way up, and Rick Mast in that collision. Well, that's what we were concerned about when you run them that tight together. Gordon made an incredible recovery, but behind him, everybody trying to take evasive action. In trouble.
It might have been actually 98 I went to Nazareth. It was when Tim Fedewa won. I was at the race that day. I remember Benny was always calling the races when I was watching them, and then I started going back to short tracks around 2016. And I'm near Daytona now, New Smyrna, Volusia, all that, so I see a lot of racing stuff, which is cool. But I really don't know when Benny... I don't ever remember Benny retiring. That's what I mean.
Here. You see him motioning right now. He would love for somebody to come out and push him around. They'll be out shortly to bring him back to the...
We lost a ton of people that were racing in this era to cancer and heart and all kinds of stuff.
Early in this Daytona 500.
My dad's been cured of cancer several times, and he's had a triple bypass and everything.
Watch Gordon at number 24.
On the racetrack.
A lot of the lifestyle and the go and the grabbing food on the road and all the chemicals, the safety cleans and this and that.
What a recovery.
You know, it takes a toll on you. I only went continuously to the track for 2 years, from 96 to 97. A little bit in 95, a little bit afterward, but continuous every single race was 96, 97. So hopefully I didn't get a bad dose of whatever has gotten most of these people.
There, that's the tires rubbing on the inner panels and all.
Wow. Car. Mayfield right behind him. Fades down, and Mayfield getting through there. It's the ones just behind those two who really had a story to tell. Take a look at this angle.
See, Jeremy gets just into the left corner and hard into the wall. Jeff Gordon goes.
What, 187 miles an hour, and he still picked it up. Oh, a great move.
There goes Steve Grissom across the grass in the 29 car.
And unfortunately, he slides back up on the track and gets tagged by
Nemechek.
Joe Nemechek.
There you see Wallace, who'd started dead last, and Rick Mast in the number 1, landing right in the center of the track. That was in lap 8.
Now, maybe not too much damage to Rick Mast and Rusty Wallace. They've both been in the pits and have gone back out.
But a lot of damage to Joe Nemechek.
Dad was with Joe from 91 to 94. He was with the Bush side. Yeah, Joe had just horrible luck after Dad left him. Just awful luck. I don't know why, but it's the same crew mostly.
Hurry to the Black Friday sale and save up to $700 on Sealy. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night.
Dick Berger.
How quickly fortunes can change at Daytona. Yesterday, Steve Grissom won the Grand National race here. Today, he is in the pit area as his crew works over a badly damaged car. The back end of this automobile is all torn up, and he is going to have problems getting back up to speed. There's more to the story. This is only the second time they've tried to run the car. They wrecked it in practice here when they were trying to do some testing much earlier. To Mike Joy.
Dick, someone has an oil leak, or someone in that impact sprayed a lot of oil from the dry sump tank. Bill Elliott's windshield is coated with oil, and so is Ward Burton's. Burton radioed the crew thinking it might be his car leaking. They said, nope, it was somebody involved in that incident.
I believe it was the 24 because I saw on Mayfield's camera immediate moisture, and I was wondering if that was overflow or what it was. So that might be the explanation.
Jeff Gordon's had trouble in the 500. Last year they dropped the jack in and bent the front end all up on the car. Now you see them working on the car, trying to get it back out here because those points are so valuable if they can get the car where to go back into the race.
Field reorganizing. Here you see Rusty Wallace. Remember, he's smart. You see a little tape on that car. That new paint job. You can't tell if it's tape or paint. It's tape.
That car in person was gorgeous, I gotta say. I mean, it really was pretty.
Jeff Gordon, current champion. Lousy way to start the year. What happened?
I don't know. Maybe you could tell me better. You know, it's just real tight racing out there.
I'm sorry,
and,
Pops.
Got
Your
to the
back
outside
gives
of
you such
Mayfield
fits.
going into 3, and I up against the wall as far as I could get to make sure we didn't touch, and somehow we did touch. So bad deal. We had a pretty good car. We're just waiting for everybody to get single file so we could start racing. It's so tight out there, and man, you didn't know what was going to happen.
It looked incredibly close. I mean, the whole field just went round as one big block there for those first 8 laps. I mean, how was this going to shake out?
Well, that's part of, you know, this new deal that we've got with lack of horsepower. It tightens the competition up tremendously, and, you know, but we're all professionals, so we know how to drive these cars. But it was, you know, it was real tight, but I don't know what happened to me.
You're going to be back in the race, you think?
Yeah, we'll be out there. We're not going to be any kind of contention. We're just going to ride around there, I guess, kind of like we did here last year. You know, we hadn't had too good luck here the last couple of years.
And get a few points, though. Back to you, Ken.
Well, last year he rode around to 22nd position, and it made a big difference in the point story at the end of the year when they went to Atlanta. They come by, and as they come to the strike, they will have completed 14 laps, 35 miles, and we go back to green with Earnhardt out in front. Earnhardt leading as they come to the line.
And Ken, what this has done has put the cars in single file. They don't restart them in double file after a caution.
Ned, that'll last to the back straightaway, and all of a sudden this won't be single file anymore. There's a lot of cars that want to get to the front. A lot of people want to go with Earnhardt and Irvin down through that back straightaway there. You watch them, they'll start blending out.
Earnhardt in front. He wants to stay to the end of this one, probably more than anything else in his career. He says, if I don't win this race, I'll start to be known as the Buffalo Bills of NASCAR. Nobody remembers who finishes second unless it's them or me in the Daytona 500. He's out in front right now, leading over Ernie Irvin, with Terry Labonte hanging right in there. Having a good ride.
You know, you see him bouncing in that seat. He still uses the old-timey van seat that has springs and all in it.
I was wondering about that. You see that?
You don't have any spring whatsoever. Not Earnhardt. He says what works for him to win his 7 championships, he's going to stay with it.
And he puts the seat in himself.
Absolutely. Will not let anybody else touch it. Look at Wally Dallenbach making a move on the outside of John Andretti down the back straightaway.
Well, actually,
I know we lost Dale, but how I find, I guess, settling or it makes me feel good to know Dale never saw the evil that happened after 9/11. Like, he died in February of 2011. So September was after he passed. So he never got to see the ugly side of the earth. So that gives me some comfort in his death, I guess, if that makes sense. Yeah, long single file line.
Ernie Irvin got his break from Dale Earnhardt. He almost got into his tail end that time.
He really did. Whoa.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird, yeah.
That's Ernie Irvin strutting his stuff. This looks like the first lap.
I lived in Mooresville when it all went down and drove to his shop and stuff. It was really comparative to Elvis. That's what he meant. Exactly. It's part of the sport, you know. I was being older. I was first a fan of Fireball Roberts and Smokey Unick, like my very first from baby time. And when I was 7, Fireball died, and it was like just a harsh lesson that I learned early in racing, and then I became a Richard Petty fan. Even though we raced modifieds, we always knew what was going on with the big leagues.
There is another dark horse that can win it all. This is his 18th start in the 500. I mean, he's right in there with Earnhardt. Earnhardt has sort of covered everyone else up with his misfortunes in this race. But Terry Labonte has been
refilled my coffee.
Cars in that lead pack that you're watching right now. Terry Labonte starting this race. That was his 507th consecutive start. 7 more, and he'll break Richard Petty's record of 513 that Richard set back in that period from 71 to 89. That's the guy that's out in front right now, Texas Terry Labonte in number 5.
He's going to lead for a second, but there's a couple of cars just behind him that don't like running second and third, and that's Ernie Irvin in third place. In second place there's Dale Earnhardt. You watch for them to make a move here pretty quick.
Let's check in with David Hobbs.
Ken, I'm down with Joe Nemechek. 16 laps in 2 years, Joe. This is not the way to go at the Daytona 500. What happened this time?
It's definitely not. Well, from my vantage point, somebody got into the wall coming off of turn 4, and next thing you know, everybody's trying to miss, check up, and then I think Steve Grissom went sliding through the infield, and it's a major chaos. You know, I just feel sorry for Burger King and Delco, Remy, and Cintas, all these people to help me, and especially the team. We had a good qualifying run, and Daytona just hadn't been our place.
Oh, well, there's a very sad Joe Nemechek. They're putting the car together again, and he'll be back in there, but again, not many points, Ken.
No, not many points indeed. First out. Labonte leading. Earnhardt hanging on in second. Ernie Irvin third. Schrader fourth. Wally Dallenbach fifth.
Yeah, as I was saying, Ned, Wally Dallenbach is moving up.
Yeah, he is now. He got him a good draft there on Ernie Irvin. Moved right back up there. He and Ken Schrader, as a matter of fact, got together, and he moved back up to 5th place.
6 is Sterling Marlin. Then in 7th is Dale Jarrett. 8th is Ricky Rudd in the 10 car. And then comes John Andretti in that 37, and he's got his hands full in that struggle. Ward Burton up on the outside, and Michael Waltrip, who's taken over in the Wood Brothers, number 21. That's a good struggle. Andretti, for the moment, has the position by about, what, half a foot, buddy?
About like that. Right now, the inside car, John Andretti needs some people working with him. He's just a little, you see him moving up. He knows he's lost the draft. You don't want to get down there by yourself because you go from first to last in about 2 seconds there.
21 laps have now been completed in the 38th running of the Daytona 500. 21 laps, 52.5 miles, with Terry Labonte now leading.
Do you have a car? Do you have a clean driving record? Did you know you could pay as low as $39 a
11 cars in the lead draft. As you watch number 88, Dale Jarrett, pressing on the inside, moving himself to 5th as he gets under Wally Dallenbach and still continues to climb that number 88 back into this race. The 93 winner, you've got 11 cars running less than a half second apart.
Here's Sterling Marlin and Dallenbach running side by side there for the 6th position. And it doesn't take long. Those front 5 cars will pull away quickly if they continue to run side by side. But up front, we got some cars running side by side too.
Yeah, Ernie Irvin's on the inside there. Terry Labonte's going with him. Oh, he's going to make it 3 wide going in the corner there.
And bringing Schrader. Schrader dives to the inside with his teammate from Hendrick Racing. And Labonte goes back up into the lead. Earnhardt back to 2nd. Schrader on the inside on the comeback trail from a miserable 1995. Race of the year went to Atlanta and blew up. He said, there, that's good. That finishes this year. We'll start afresh in 96. Right now, oh, here comes down to the inside Dale Jarrett in number 88. Nice move by Jarrett in the 2nd spot. The Ford Quality Care, number 88, down on the bottom. That's the picture from Earnhardt's car. Schrader inches that number 25 up. They almost touch at 190 miles an hour. Live on CBS, the 38th running of the Daytona 500. Jarrett going for the lead.
He, like everybody else, wants to get 5 bonus points if he possibly can.
Ford on the inside, Chevy on the outside. And down the line they come. It looks like it's going to be Jarrett picking up those points. But Schrader makes a move. Ooh, almost touched on the number 3.
Here comes Earnhardt back on the outside, trying to get back up to the lead. Oh, we have contact there. Ernie Irvin into the wall.
Ernie Irvin getting slack coming out of the tri-oval and lifting. A lot of smoke pouring out of that car.
Who didn't see that coming?
He's still up on the high side.
And I think there's a lot of damage to that car, Ken, unfortunately.
Caution not out as yet. He stays way up on the track.
Caution is coming out.
Caution now out.
It's what we call the domino effect. I saw that early, that weave, and I said, oh, that's not going to be good.
Fairly gentlemanly manner here.
That's what I mean by you can tell by the rhythm something's going sideways. And then a car does. Someone gets spit out.
Marlin 3rd, Schrader 4th, and Michael Waltrip comes up into 5th spot with Wally Dallenbach.
That was the fastest car on the track, to be honest. It's the one they were all worried about beating him.
Ernie Irvin car, good bit of damage there. The right front tire is flat, but there's also sheet metal.
That's where the lucky part comes in.
Fixed and get back out there. How much it has taken away from his ability to run with those front runners, don't know.
A watch up on the side of the screen there up against the wall. He gets tagged. It looked like maybe Dallenbach was in there underneath him. But they were 3 and 4 wide there. Just ran out of room coming off that tri-oval. Another look. You will catch it here.
Yeah, Dallenbach gets into the left rear corner and he goes up into the wall pretty hard there. There's a lot of contact there on the right front corner of Ernie Irvin's car.
They say that the Earnhardt car may have a tire going down.
Looked like Earnhardt checked up a little tiny bit, just enough for that to all get misjudged by especially the Dallenbach car.
To complete 29 laps. Will they pit? They're about halfway, a little more.
Yeah, Ernie was quick.
What would be a pit stop as far as fuel is concerned?
72.5 miles.
I expect we'll see them come in.
Already in is Irvin. You see him here bringing the car to a halt. That crew right there to look it over. Larry McReynolds, blonde-haired guy, and it's just now crouching down.
Here come the leaders.
Jarrett, Labonte, Marlin, Schrader, Waltrip, Dallenbach, Rudd, Ward Burton leading the entire field down on the pit road.
We're pitting right in here.
Down there for a moment. Speed limit on pit road today? 65.
You see the sign, the number 9 bouncing.
Feels like they're crawling. going after running 190 miles an hour out on the racetrack.
Earnhardt in. Take a look under caution here as they continue with Dale Jarrett's car on the top of your screen. Labonte, Sterling Marlin all out under caution. See the activity along pit road as they try to get out here. Track position will be critical in this 500. We'll take a quick commercial break and then be back with more of the 38th running Daytona 500.
Couple of happy chaps. Let's see. Go to Mr. Berggren.
For more on this story, here's Dick Berggren.
Well, Ned, you're absolutely right. There was something wrong with Earnhardt's car. And the thing that was wrong, the ignition simply quit on him. It just dropped out. So Ernie Irvan, who's now trying to get his car back behind pit wall, it's so damaged they can't even roll it. Ernie Irvan just ran into him. So they switched the ignition boxes. Now, there's only 2 of those on the race car. Earnhardt's down to his last one. Mike Joy?
Down to Mark Martin's pit. Butch Hilton, the right rear tire changer, got upended on that stop, but he is okay. Steve Meal takes very careful, copious notes of every pit stop and every set of tires. You've taken the temperatures of the tires that came off Mark's car. What do they tell you?
I didn't.
Tire temps. What did they tell you?
Oh, they look good. We're tight, just like Mark said. It's always just what Mark says. The buildups aren't terrible, so we just probably had a little bit too much wedge in the car. We took some wedge out on that stop. It's real frustrating. You know, there's 2 lines of really fast cars. We're going to have to show a lot of presence on pit road. We're going to have to show a lot of patience on the racetrack. Maybe we'll get something worked out. Right now, there's just a bunch of fast race cars.
Steve Meal. Ken Squire?
Steve Meal is really cool. He knows what he's talking about.
When they combine to take green.
He was Kyle Petty's crew chief when we were in Dover in 1982. My son was about a year old, and Steve Meal was holding my son, telling him they had a light string in the hotel room, teaching him to cut it on, cut it off, cut it on, cut it off. And while he was doing that, Kyle Petty was jumping up and down on my parents' bed. And that was back in the days when y'all stayed at the hotels and everybody had open doors and everyone room hopped, I guess we called it. It was the fun part of racing back then.
Ernie Irvan's car being worked on.
Ken, I think some of the cars, Robert Presley, who is up front, I think he might have only changed 2 tires, the right side tires. Most of them took on 4 tires, but I think some of those that are up there that were pretty far back did just take on 2 tires, and they did it to get track position.
You see there, they're using the jack to turn that car. The steering's bent up so bad that they can't drive it with a steering wheel. They're having to lead him around through the pits with the jack under the right front.
Green coming back with Robert Presley in that green and white, number 33. Jackson Racing bringing the field down, and 28-year-old Jeremy Mayfield right there in second spot.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to turn it on. I don't know if I said anything important or not.
Together, a year-old car, that number 98 in second.
We'll live.
And how about that 33 car, Ross Presley out front? Andy Petrie is the crew chief on that car this year. He was the crew chief for Dale Earnhardt for the last 3 years. They won 2 championships while Andy was there, but he went over to the Leo Jackson team. Robert Presley in his second year as a driver in Winston Cup racing, up front here right now.
Andy to get a little piece of that
Facts.
as well.
It's so dangerous on pit road. You always got to be heads up. In fact, I never really stood in the front unless I was going to take a picture or something, which I rarely did. But they have the pit box and all the crews in front of the pit box, and there's the wall. But then behind the pit box is where people walk up and down like it's the travel lane for people to get to their pits or run back and forth with tires and stuff like that, gas. And then I would stay behind that line even, so that it had a lot of things to hit if a tire flew off or something. I tell you, the over-the-wall crew, they got some guts, man. I'm glad they showcased them a lot more.
On that racetrack before he gets to the corner, you saw Ward Burton going in there on the flat.
Ward Burton right on the bottom in the 22 gets himself up. Here's 98. Mayfield making that run. Take a look at Jeremy Mayfield's telemetry out here in the number 98 as he comes by and squares himself up for second place.
Wow, 7,300 with the restrictor plate. That's pretty strong, Ned. That draft is really working. You see 193 there on the straightaway.
Well, he got up to 198 just before he went into that turn, and then he got into the turn, get back down a little bit. And you can see it picking up as he goes down the backstretch as they get in that draft. 196, 97 we saw there one time.
Well, Kelly Yarborough has put all of his eggs in this Mayfield basket, and it looks like he's made a great choice. And look, back to second spot from 6 comes car number 88.
Get any better than this, Ken. Look, 2 by 2 as they head down into turn 1. That's at 198 miles an hour. They turn off. They scrub off a little speed, as Ned said, in the corner. But look at Texas Terry come up there in second place in the number 5 car. John Andretti in third.
And here comes Schrader back another time. Jeremy Mayfield falling back 4 spots after he left the tri-oval and headed for turn 1. Talk about driver racing. Mayfield getting hung out there, and John Andretti for the moment trying to win this one for Tim Brewer, who as a crew chief has never won this race. Here's Dick Bergman.
Well, Ernie Irvin is out of the car. He's taking a walk around, taking a look at the damage. How bad is this thing?
Well, it's not good enough to be able to out there racing wide open. So they're going to go ahead and try to fix it. Just we'll get back out there and try to get her some points.
They won his 125-mile qualifier, but today it's in the junkyard. Mike Joy?
Dick, that first set of tires off Dale Earnhardt's car showed that the right rear was worn half again as much as the left rear. Earnhardt's car was really loose in that first run. Ken?
It may have been loose, but let's see what's going to happen now as he gets to this point where we're up toward 90 miles. He can clamber back into this thing.
Tell you who's really been losing on this right here was Sterling Marlin. He chose to go on the outside up there behind Robert Preston. He hadn't been able to get out from up there. He's still in that line up on the outside, and others just going by him down on the inside.
That number 3 car of Earnhardt fought its way back to 9th. Now he's trying to close in on these leaders. As you see, Andretti, Labonte, Dale Jarrett leading that group. Kenny Schrader, Wally Dolan back there, and Ward Burton in that 22. Earnhardt from 15th back to 7th and trying to close in on this flock of cars. Here's the number 5 back again for the lead, Jerry Labonte.
And the train will go by. He went by on the inside, and Dale Jarrett just caught there.
You can see what the draft means to any race car here. When you have 4 or 5 cars lined up in a line like that and you get out of the draft, boy, you're at the mercy of the course. You see Dale Jarrett went from the lead to 6th in just 1 straightaway.
Watch and listen to Terry Labonte when he cranks one out here. No margin for error in that kind of racing. Here's Earnhardt on the inside of Ward Burton in the 22, flipping off another one. Medicine they gave car number 3. It sure did the trick.
There's Wally Dellenberg. He's worked his way all the way up to 3rd there in the Bud Moore Ford. That thing is not even sponsored after they leave Daytona, so it's very important. He has a great run today.
John Andretti falls back into 4th.
I bet that's a really good guess, Pops. The 21 and David Pearson were the favorites with Petty. It was Petty Pearson.
3 wide. Earnhardt on the bottom in that 3 wide going into the corner, and there you see the interval he needs to make up. And if he makes it up, he'll bring that whole group with him.
For anybody back here watching this race today, if you want to know what the driver sees, that's a picture of what you see. That's as close to being in the driver's seat, that last angle that we had in the camera there, as you can get.
Front 4 out in front with the posse's about to catch them. And Earnhardt leads that group. Mike Joy.
Gary Dehart twice today has seen his car get out front. Gary, do you want him out front, or as long as he's in that lead draft, does it much matter where he is?
it seems to want to lead a whole lot better than it wants to follow. So right now we're just telling them to stay out front as much as they can. And the car's really pretty good compared to everybody else's notes. You know, we've been scanning them, and there's some cars out there a little loose. We just got a little skatey a while ago and went down another pound of air pressure. We're pretty good right now. We'll just wait and see how the day goes, you know.
Say so, Squire. 40 laps, 100 miles have been put in the record book today. Terry Labonte, for the moment, likes to ride that car out in front, feels good out there. He looks good out there. As after 17 tries in his 18th effort here,
gonna
he's
grab
leading
the
the
rest of
500.
the coffee.
But look at the pressure being applied by his own teammate, Ken Schrader. And
While
Dallenbach
it's hot,
and
I've already
Drew and
unplugged the
Earnhardt and
percolator.
Rudd. It's some race, this great American race, this February here at Daytona.
Just exactly what we expected, Ken.
Oh, look at Earnhardt fade to the outside. He's ridden that bottom rail. Now he's going to try the stair steps.
Well, he's just trying anything right now. He went to the inside of Andretti and couldn't make the pass. Now Andretti's trying to come back on the inside, but Earnhardt finally gets by John Andretti.
Earnhardt going for Wally Dallenbach, Colorado driver. Still Labonte leading.
It was still really hot. Too hot to drink still.
Flying. The Ford of Dallenbach lies there in third. Then the Chevrolet of Earnhardt, and then the Ford of John Andretti. Followed by the Ford of Ricky Rudd. It's a Ford for Mike Waltrip, and then the Pontiac 8. Ward Burton, number 22.
They're running laps close to what they qualified at here.
Here comes John Andretti back on the outside of Earnhardt. They've done this musical chair thing about 4 or 5 times in the last 5 laps. And with him is Ricky Rudd. You see Ward Burton tucking in behind Earnhardt, trying to get a run up through there.
Now, for the novice fans out there,
That is so cute, Pops. That's a nice story.
Pick the speed of both of them up, and you need 2 cars running together. They can run faster than one car can run by itself. The closer a car runs to another one, the more effective the drafting is.
Nose to tail, but side by side won't get it done unless you got a lot of folks to help you. CBS Sports coverage of the Daytona 500 will continue after this message and a word from your local station.
We're running 9th. Woohoo! They're on the commercial. I'm going to jump ahead.
Back down, but somebody's crept into the second pack of cars there. Mark Martin is moving up. He has a real good downforce car. What we mean by that is the car gets a lot of downforce, a lot of pull down towards the racetrack in the corner. It gives it really good grip in long runs.
Wally Dallenbach has fallen back into 28th position now with car 15. Slipping back is car number 28, and here's Dick Berggren.
Earnhardt never having won the Daytona 500, but there are a lot of other guys who haven't won the Daytona 500, like John Andretti, who is running in second spot right now, and his crew chief, Tim Brewer, who has started over 600.
Still 55 degrees
won
out.
53 of them, never at Daytona. How about it, Tim? Is this your best shot at this thing?
You know, we've had some pretty good opportunities over the years with Bill Elliott, Cale Yarborough, but, you know, we've always come up like second place. But, you know, that's one of those deals.
Trouble on the racetrack.
We've got trouble on the racetrack, and it may be Derek Coates, number 12, throwing out a lot of smoke coming down through the tri-oval area. He, too, is tagged hard. Kenny Schrader waving the rest of the field off if there's been trouble ahead. Bobby Allison Racing.
Tim Brewer knows what he was doing, I'll tell you. Everything he worked on, it was like it went fast.
Trouble up here in turn 4. It's become Calamity Corner again today. Turn 4 here at Daytona.
I got to work for Tim Brewer in 97, the end of 97, the second half of the year. When he took over for Pat Tryson, I became the scorer on the car for most of the races until Phoenix. And he was always, him and his wife were very kind to me. Nice people.
You know, Ned, it looked like the car might have
And he's the same personality in person. Very exuberant.
Into the wall.
We have another angle here. Maybe that's already in the wall. I wonder if something happened a second or two before that as he was coming just off the corner.
Well, I think we've already already heard that Ward Burton had picked up a push in his car. I think several others had picked up pushes as well. The car got tighter on them, and the front end wanted to go out towards the wall as they came off of the turns. He could have even had a tire to go down that caused him to do that.
Derek Cope steps away from car number 12.
I think Dad worked for him a little at Whitcomb Brothers. I know my dad worked for Bob Whitcomb back in the early 80s or 90s. I'll have to look that up. I know it was before Joe. Joe was 91, so. It might have been Derek that drove it then. Could have been Kenny Bouchard, too. Let me fast forward. Unless they see me on payroll. There's the QBC guys. But we weren't there till the following year, so I ain't gonna see nobody else.
Turn at all. I mean, you just turn the wheel all the way left and it wouldn't turn, got in the wall.
What's happening out there that we've got so much problem? Any idea?
I don't know. It's just something aerodynamically, I think. Right now, we're just suffering. We've had it before, but, you know, just nothing you could do. The car just wants to take off and push, and you can't get the car to turn. You got to get out of the gas, and when people get up underneath you, it causes a lot of problems.
Ken Squire?
Thank you for that report on Derek Cope. Sad moment for that Bobby Allison team. Hope to have the... Let's take a look at the CBS race schedule. There's Grissom's number 29 getting ready to come back out. Coming up, June the 23rd, the Michigan 400. What a great race that always is. And then the Ned, July 28th, the Die Hard 500. Look forward to that one at Talladega, Alabama.
That's always a great race.
And Busch Grand National Racing is coming to CBS this year. We're going to go to Watkins Glen, New York on the road course. What a great race they had up there last year.
These are all races I'll play throughout this year.
That's brand new on the schedule. That 500K, 340-mile race. And the season finale, the Jiffy Lube Miami 300.
For the full year, because he's been around this sport as long as anyone, and it was certainly going to be sad to see him miss any races.
That's like saying the Daytona 500 wouldn't be NASCAR. I mean, Bud Moore's been around. I mean, he is tradition. I've drove his cars, and they're great race cars.
One in those cars. Talladega, didn't you? Did you pull one on the Talladega?
3 in a row.
Three in a row? Yeah. Seems like it was so long ago.
Oh, thanks.
58 laps, 145 miles down when they come by to take green this time. 16 lead changes. Boy, this time last year there have been 3 lead changes in the race. They're getting with the program. Now you see Mr. Relaxed out here, Mr. Cool. Mr. Earnhardt getting ready to see what he can do about this, running in 8th position.
Harry Labonte came out ahead, out of the pits again.
Tell you what was interesting to me on Friday, Earnhardt pulled the curtain down. He stopped talking to everybody. He simply focused on this race. He wouldn't talk to the press. You know, NASCAR makes this big thing about how available they are. And the last time he pulled that curtain down was when Neil was killed, right here on the same spot he's driving right now on the track. He just pulled the curtain down, went out and practiced as much as he could, stayed away from everyone. You know how badly he wants to win this race.
And so do about 40 others out there. And we're getting ready to go at it again. Green flag.
Put up 59, get us to 147.5 miles. Came on through. On the restart, Labonte, Schrader, Michael Waltrip, late speed up there in the front 4. John Andretti 5th, Sterling Marlin 6th, Robert Presley 7th. And Dale Earnhardt for 8th, Ricky Rudd, Bill Elliott rounding out the top 10, and just behind them, Mark Martin 11th, and Jeff Burton's number 99 is in 12th position.
Our crew chief on that number 9 is Jim Long. He's still involved in racing at some point. I heard his name last year or this year. Either ARC or a truck or something.
You don't see any passing for the lead. And I guarantee you, if they wasn't teammates, they'd be fighting it out right now.
Well, I'm glad, Pops. Well, mine almost, too. I got them all tucked under the blanket.
Minus a lot of sheet metal, but he's going back out to make some laps. There he is, down on the inside. You can see a lot of the front end of that race car is gone, at least as far as the sheet metal is concerned. He won't be able to run competitively, but he wants to run as many laps as he can.
Joe Nemechek pulling back out. Front panels missing, the hood missing on that car. Up in front, Number 9. It's good to see Harry Melling's colors back up here in the front of this race. Remember 1985, Blake Speed had himself a second in this race. Now driving for Harry Melling as you look at Nemechek for second, back on the track. 8, 9 cars in that lead group. Terry Labonte in first, Schrader in second, Michael Waltrip right there. Blake Speed hanging on to fourth, and Andretti hanging on to him.
Blake had a lifetime scorer that scored for him forever, and when she couldn't go to the track about mid-season, like Dover and on after that, or maybe Darlington, I can't remember when I first scored, but mid-season, I was able to go to the track because I had the license, and I kept that up. And I went to quite a few as work would allow, but then after I was working, I went to them all that I had to work.
You can
see John Andretti saying, okay, Sterling, I'm going to go to the bottom there with the hand signal. Now they're trying to make the pass on the bottom side. Blake Speed's caught on the outside. You see how fast you can go by when you're in the draft.
That pulls Marlin up into fifth. Let's check in with the Jarrett in the Quality Care Ford credit card car.
He's following Dave Marcus. They are pretty far back behind that lead draft.
14th?
Yeah, there are 12 cars in the lead draft, and then they're back 300 or 400 yards.
And here's DW. Waltrip still out here trying. He's had nothing but bad luck with engines. He's running 32nd at the present time. They finally borrowed a motor from Morgan McClure. Oh, how do you like that chrome helmet? Huh? Pretty shiny.
He's even got silver shoes, Ken.
We're showing 32 cars in the lead lap.
I just had a clock on Dave Marcus. Now the elapsed time around the track when Dale Earnhardt.
I had it muted because I was drinking the coffee.
49 hundredths of a second. Dave Marcus just ran a 49.37 the last time around with Dale Jarrett right on his bumper. They're picking up on that lead group.
Is the gain okay? Because I had to go back to default because it was getting so screwed up. I couldn't. It was distractingly strong.
That's where a lot of the cars were pushing up off the corner.
I'll check after I upload this to YouTube.
There's Kenny Schrader getting passed by Sterling Marlin as we head into turn one, and Earnhardt's trying to go with him.
So this is up front. Now get yourself.
With it being nice and cool today, I might
Schrader falling back for the moment.
walk the park.
Andretti on the hunt.
Oh, okay.
Ran even faster the last time around. He is
I don't either. It was one of my friends helped me with it. It is supposed to cut out whatever's talking in the background a little bit, but it used to be so harsh. Like
Marlin to Earnhardt, Earnhardt to Marlin. That's the view. Labonte still in front, John Andretti in second, and this duo right here are third and fourth. Laps complete, 162.5 miles. Just joining us, 15 lead changes among 9 drivers thus far in the race, 3 caution periods, and some great racing. Things settled down for the moment and stabilized. Over the last several laps, it's been Terry Labonte leading the way with John Andretti right there, and then you see the rest of them getting into it.
Can't let me correct myself. I said a moment ago 49 seconds. Earnhardt, it was 47.49. And didn't want to mislead anybody. As we see that racing continue up front, there's Mark Martin down on the inside.
Michael Waltrip in the 21 starting to pull away from him. The 33, the green car on the outside, Robert Presley, and back once again to this duo. Third and fourth right there on your screen, wide open around the high banks of Daytona.
Kinda cool. There's the scoring booth right there with the white and the blue roof. And the cars would come by. When they would cross the start-finish line, there's a little ticker clock up top in your booth that had just big numbers, like 5 numbers across, but they would keep clicking seconds, and your car would pass by. You'd write down what the clock said, whether it was like 4283 or whatever. It would make no sense in real life, but all the cards together would make sense. This before the transponders were a big thing. In fact, we would mash a button in the scorer's booth as well as write down the number, because when we'd mash the number, it would give you your live timing and scoring tower. And that's what they would transmit from the scorer's booth to the PR booth, so they'd know where people are running. It was the beginning of the transponders, but they only clicked on start-finish line. They had speed controls on pit road at various points. It was very archaic electronically back then. But now they use transponders on all kinds of points of the track, and now my job as a scorer is obsolete. When we raced Modified Tour, every car had to have 1 or 2 scorers depending on the track, and my mom would do a lot of the scoring, and I would sit just beside her outside of the scoring area and just watch what she was doing over and over. And then I got to score my first race. I slipped Long Island Speedway for Kenny Bouchard. I was 12 years old because they needed somebody, and I knew how.
Pictures from Mark Martin's view, and down to the bottom, there you see Dale Jarrett making his move. This is a battle back in 9th spot, and Jarrett is the man on the move, as well as Mark Martin.
Mark, he just passed Mark a lap or 2 ago, and Mark was trying to hook up with him as he came up through there. Jarrett and Marcus
Let up, Jarrett. Just a smidge, golly. Riding in a blind spot, no bueno.
That's Lake Speed just in front of Mark Martin.
It's okay now, but
on the inside, number 88, the 93 champion, Dale Jarrett.
Jesus.
Quality Care Ford credit car.
No joke, Martin brake.
Back to the field another
All
time.
this side drafting crap.
See that telemetry there, buddy? They're getting up to, what, 67 or so hundred RPMs, 190 miles an hour?
We were going down the back straightaway, 6,800 down the back straightaway.
Saw it hit 194 there at one point.
Yeah. He had to get on it.
See that draft suck him right up into them guys?
He had to check up on Lake Speed.
When he got past that V pivot, he got sucked in. First, he was just riding in wake, you know?
So he's running well.
And back with the leaders, Earnhardt.
There's a pie coming off the nose cone. One edge of the pie works different than the other edge. One will push you forward, one will push you back.
John Andretti, the Cranifus Haas, number 37, there in second spot. And Earnhardt.
A cookie factory.
Inside, outside, any way you want it on this racetrack. Takes it to the outside. Here comes Marlin back with him.
Yeah, he's beginning to flex his muscles a little bit. We talked about him there a little bit ago. He's been biding his time, trying to move around the 7-time champion.
Wow, yeah. Oh, it's a cookie factory? Oh, man. I slipped 300 ran last weekend, the modifieds, not the tour, but the Riverhead modifieds ran. And I watched that. You were there, awesome. I thought Big Money was going to win again, but he didn't. One of your local guys was fast as heck. I can't believe how fast that little track is. 11 and a half seconds.
Gave him a little more room that time.
You know, Ricky Rudd's got to be very pleased. The new crew chief this year, he's right up in the front. He's been up in the front all day today. Richard Broom has to have a big smile on his face because it's his first race with Ricky Rudd, and they're doing a great job.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot like Seekonk that we ran as kids. Oh, like, it's making me nervous.
In the Great
But he's
American
just
Race,
looking.
Daytona 500. If you're just joining us, it has been a rich motor from lap 1. They've been running like
What
this
was
from the
impressive about that
Has
race?
been the man to watch. Stays
Not
out
the
in front, the
I Slip 300, but they got the class, that vintage modified class, not the vintage modifieds that they go tour around and show. But these were actually racing. I thought that was cool.
Brewer has been timing cars all day, and he said there have been several occasions when his car has been the fastest of the bunch.
I was yelling to my son saying, hey, look at this class they got there.
In the Daytona 500, Andretti has
It's called Vintage Modifieds or something like that. But they weren't there for just show, they really raced. God, they were fast back then. But we lost a lot of drivers, too.
Ken, I've been here for the first of any race that you've ever been in. Boy, that's 4 good ones up front there. Terry Labonte, though, has some strength in this race car, but I think he's going to get tested here pretty good.
Dad started building modifieds, or owned his first modified in 1957. He built several. He built Ernie Gahan's winning championship for 1966. He built one that got the Hudson Speedway Championship in 1963. And then we raced at Seekonk from 67, 68, 69, no, 68, 69, 70, and 71. My dad won the 4 championships with Ronnie Bouchard, but then, like, all those guys all went to Stafford, and Stafford was our home track then, until from 71 to 81. But we did all the tour, Oswego, Pocono, New Smyrna. Did we do New Smyrna yet? Yeah, a little bit in the later parts of the 70s. And Martinsville, Richmond. I'm watching the cars. I was trying to think of all the other Trenton. I've been to Trenton. In fact, Richie Evans was hanging out in our pits at Trenton and stuff out in the parking lot. We were all having a clam bake and stuff. I mean, we did that every weekend. We'd go far away. We'd have a clam bake. Those 100-lappers, wherever they were at. Let's go up to here. Oh, there's still a commercial.
With Ken Schrader just in front of him. Up on this leader. Indianapolis, Indiana's John Andretti. One in mid.
Yep, these are stuff that we punch.
One here in the 24 hours of Daytona.
Lake's running 12.
Car racing at Sebring. This is a guy that has that versatility.
It was like a game show button.
The Andretti family. Mike Joy with Sterling Marlin.
Runt Pittman says fire it up, and Sterling starts it again. They've looked in the back of the car, feeling the exhaust. Let's go back here where they're looking at a bit of oil smoke out the breather. Now,
that's not
Pittman
good.
Has leaned in. He's looking at a read at the gauges. Marlin just sits here in frustration.
Now, Runt Pittman is the man who built that engine and has built those engines that have won the last 2 years. He is probably one of the finest engine builders in NASCAR.
Ken, look who's moved in the 4th place.
No joke.
Elliott is on the move right now. He runs this type of race. You see the red car there with the white front end on it.
I said probably. That's wrong. He is one of the best builders in NASCAR. And the Wood brothers, they're back in it another time. Michael Waltrip in this group. He's up to 8th position at this point.
Those legends go like heck there, too. I was watching, like, that whole replay on Flow.
85 and 87. And the McDonald's car having a great
Riverhead puts on a really good show.
Himself right up in the front 4.
Ned, look how still his hands are through the corners there. That car is really working well. Bill's a very patient race car driver. You see him reaching there, just adjusting stuff down the straightaway before he gets back in the corner again.
Looks very casual. just like he's driving down the road.
Bill Elliott chasing Andretti, Schrader, and Rudd. CBS Sports coverage of the Daytona 500 continues after this message and a word from your local station.
13th. Dad ended up working for Ray Hendricks when he drove the Pinto #1. My dad worked for Dick Armstrong for several years with several drivers at different times. It was a good team.
The rocker arms on the left side of the engine. They'll have to pull the cover and replace them. This is about a 10 to 12 minute repair. Dick Berggren.
Well, another guy with engine problems is the number 5 of Terry Labonte. Gary Dehart, what is wrong with your car?
I wish I knew. I think it may have a valve spring or something going in it.
Yeah.
Something's locking up or
Look at young Mike Jolie.
Holding a little bit, but he says the motor is surging a little bit. We're thinking it might be a spring or something.
That's a shame. That was one of the strongest cars in practice and qualifying. Kent?
Yes, it was.
And that happened just not long after Sterling Marlin had his problem. Terry started dropping back, and we were covering the Marlin situation there and almost forgot about Terry Labonte, but he did drop right out of the lead draft.
Earnhardt has pulled up into 5th position. More from Mike Joy.
Sterling Marlin has a cockpit full of smoke and a heart full of ache. What happened?
Something in the motor broke. As soon as he got the lead and run 4 or 5 laps there, it just went sour, lost about 400 RPMs, broke rock arm, smoking real bad. I don't know.
How'd the car feel up till there?
Well, it was a little tight. Chassis was a little off, and man, we just got it fixed right where we wanted and got the lead. And I said, well, here we go again, but the engine broke on us.
All right, they'll try to fix it and get him back out for some Winston Cup points. Ken Squire.
So there's no three-peat. Richard couldn't do it. Cale, and now Sterling fails in his effort. Watching the front 5 come by. Andretti, Schrader, Rudd, Elliott, Earnhardt, front 5. And where's Rusty Wallace today? There's the number 2 right in there behind Morgan Shepherd. His new colors, number 75. Rusty Wallace in the 2 car.
They're about a quarter of a lap behind the leaders, Kim.
He's being shown in 27th position. He's still in the lead lap.
Oh, yes.
As is Shepherd.
Could use a caution flag to catch up. And there you see the cars passing Terry Labonte. He just doesn't have the speed in the straightaway, losing that cylinder.
In fact, Wallace has now he's lost his spot again. He's gone by Shepherd.
Thought I saw a puff of smoke out of the lake.
We see Rusty dropping off just a little down the straightaways. The damage he got in the first wreck that he was in today, he spun and had
It's
some
not
damage
like
to the
it's
side of the
Remington,
car. And
okay.
You know, aerodynamics is everything here at Daytona. He may be just a little bit off there, or he may be just taking it a little easy right at the moment.
And Loy Allen, the number 19, is just in front of them. Loy is now being shown in 24th. Up in 23rd is Bobby Hamilton.
From a distance, it's sometimes hard to tell who is what, but I usually look at the patterns,
Back out there just making some laps.
and the green looked blue,
Making a move.
so it fooled
Out
me.
front. That's Schrader.
Schrader's showing a lot of horsepower right now. He moved right to the bottom of John Andretti, but look at John. He says, hey, I enjoy running up front here at Daytona. He looks like he has a lot of race car. There's a story we're going to talk about in a little bit about John Andretti's car.
Look at that. Schrader right back by him another time, and here comes Andretti back to dish it out again on the high side.
And what this is going to do, it's going to tighten everybody up, and we're going to see some more side-by-side racing behind them because they sucked right up to them. You get 2 cars running side by side, and it really creates a wide draft.
Ford on the outside, Chevy on the inside, seesawing back and forth as you watch it live. 190-mile-an-hour fracas here. John Andretti has said racing to me is not fun if you're not winning. And that little impish smile must be from ear to ear as he goes for it. And here comes Earnhardt into it. And
Oh boy, that looked too close.
And McDonald and everybody else. Oh, what a race.
Now, John Andretti done something very smart there. He looked in his mirror. He could see Earnhardt coming. He tucked right in behind Schrader. Now Earnhardt's out to dry again on the outside.
Schrader back into the lead another time. 11 different leaders if you're just joining us in this 38th edition of this American Racing Classic, the Daytona 500. There you see the laps led by car category. Pontiac still has to score a lap in front. Their best hope in the race, Ward Burton, in trouble in the Bill Davis number 22 car. And the battle is all Ford and Chevy right now. Look at Mark Martin pulling along back into this thing. And here comes Bill Elliott in the 94. Out in front it's Schrader, then Andretti, then Earnhardt, then even across between a couple of Fords. Back there as they dice with Ford.
You can see Mark Martin making move. Bill Elliott, as we ride down the front straightaway here, he's showing a lot of muscle right in the middle part of the race here. You can see him going in right on the white line, going in the corner. Good race car.
237.5 miles are down, moving toward the midway point. Dale Jarrett's back another time in the 88. The Quality Care Ford, credit Ford, exerting some muscle and back to 6th position. And remember, just a few laps ago, he was out of the top 10.
He's actually moved up to 5th right now, so he has gradually worked his way back up there. They made a big adjustment on that car during the last pit stop. Seemed to help him.
See Martin's Valvoline Ford, Roush Racing, giving us these great shots. Mark Martin's another one that's been a bit star-crossed here at Daytona. But what a racer he is. And Arkansas is so proud of him. A dozen of them at halfway, bumper to bumper, in the 38th annual Daytona 500. With Ken Schrader out of Fenton, Missouri, currently in the lead. Indiana's Andretti second. North Carolina's Earnhardt maintaining third. Georgia's pride, Bill Elliott, in fourth.
Big prize coming up here at the halfway mark. They're jockeying, trying to get themselves in position to take what is it, like $20,000? Big prize, I don't know. It's a lot to me if it's more than 1,000. 10,000.
Sterling Marlin back out another time here at Daytona. At Daytona, facing off for halfway in this one. Who's going to take that bonus? Schrader is right there. John Andretti coming after Chevy Ford again up in front as they come down to the line. This is for the halfway mark in the race. Everybody watching as they come to the strike.
$10,000 bonus.
Yeah. Look at Andretti cutting to the inside. Andretti moving up through, and here comes Earnhardt as well. But the halfway mark, the cross flags went to Schrader for $10,000.
Bill They're making a move on Schrader now. He's trying to get up in the mix here.
I'll tell you what, whenever you put an extra prize up in a race, those drivers just seem to perk up. Makes a whole different race out of it for a moment or two. Schrader just stuck it out there, collected that extra money.
Dale Jarrett moving in there. He's trying to move up and get himself in position.
Ned, I can remember stories from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where they used to put up a free barbecue at the Tiki Park, and Baker go by 5 guys, about 2 laps.
Absolutely. Yeah, get a free barbecue. Yeah, there's 4 cars singling out, trying to pull away. Andretti the leader, of course, Earnhardt second, Bill Elliott third, Dale Jarrett in 4th place.
I'm amazed at John Andretti. I'm not really amazed. I mean, they've run well all week long. Their practices have been good. In every training period, that car really looks stout.
Yeah, it's a fast race car. There's some fast race cars as well. That's Ken Schrader there on the left of the screen. He's running in 5th place. Mark Martin is 6th. Ted Musgrave is 7th. See, they aren't far behind the others. The others haven't pulled away at all. There they are, right back up there. Michael Waltrip.
Ricky Rudd back in that lead group. And let me ask you folks, you particularly, Ned, you've seen so many up here with us. What do you think of the first half of this race?
I think it's been what we expected. A lot of good close racing. The cars seem to be pretty equal out there. Depends on who gets a break or who has the right chassis set up at a particular time. But we still got lots of cars in the lead lap, and this thing is far from over.
You nailed it right at the outset when you said it would be a Chevy Ford showdown. And they just keep swapping those manufacturer marks back and forth throughout this thing, buddy.
Well, what I'm seeing right now, the patient drivers that didn't get in a hurry right at the first part of the race. Now they've had a couple of pit stops. They've worked on the cars, and you can see them coming to the forefront, just like Bill Elliott. He's moved himself into 3rd place now. Don't be surprised if this man's not right up there at the end.
Okay, Ford, Chevy, Ford, 1, 2, 3 in the Daytona 500. It's a pleasure to be here with one of the all-time giants of American racing, Ned Jarrett, 2-time Winston Cup champion, and an old buddy who, boy, I'll tell you, 1980 here on CBS, just had that thing flying and gave us the fastest 500 ever at 177-mile-an-hour average. Check in with David Hobbs.
Well, I'm down with Larry McReynolds, of course, Ernie Irvin's crew chief, but now you're down in Dale Jarrett's pit. Is this a team effort?
Well, as we've said all week, that we're one race team fielding 2 cars, and it's unfortunate for the Texaco Havoline Ford. I think we was going to have an awfully good car today, and somebody checked up in front of Earnhardt, and Earnhardt checked up, and we hit Dale, and somebody hit us, and so I come down here, and anything I can help Todd Parrott and his Quality Care Ford team do to pull this Daytona 500 off, that's what I'm here to do. And just take care of Ernie, just keep him out there making laps. Again, it's early in this Winston Cup point chase, but if we can help Dale Jarrett win this race, that's what we're going to do.
Dale's coming up through the field again. We heard he had some front fender damage. Is the car okay now?
Yeah, it's got the car pushing just a little bit, or the front end won't quite stick like it should. We're going to make a few adjustments on this pit stop, you know. Right now, as long as this car's pushing, you can still hang on, so we got to be careful and not get the car loose, because that's when you'll lose the draft.
Okay, well, we'll see you later on, Larry.
I hope so.
Kitty's hungry.
Well, David, we're coming up on the first green flag pit stop of the day. And drafting partner is so important on the track. You need a partner to pit with as well. Here in Ricky Rudd's pit, they've sent an emissary up and down pit road to find a pit stop partner. I've got a note from Bill Elliott's pit. They're looking to do the same thing. And they're right next door. I think I'll introduce them. Kev?
Now, why would you need a pit stop partner, Mike? Why would that become important here?
So that as
You're hungry too. Look at your face. My puppy's got her head on the bed, just pouting.
5 miles an hour slower than if you have a
You
drafting partner or
silly.
two. So if you pit in
So
tandem and go
silly.
back out that way, you get back
Like
up
all
to
the
full
time.
speed fastest and don't lose a draft.
And there's
It
the
was the
story,
kitty's
folks, from
turn.
Mike Joy. Ned?
And also, once they get up to full speed, if you're coming out of the pit, well, they'll blow by you so fast that you can't pick up the draft. So you need someone to help you.
Ned, there's almost a full second difference in a car that has a drafting partner and one out there by itself. That's
She's
amazing.
so
You have to have somebody
and
to
pitiful.
keep that speed up while those cars are all hooked up running around the racetrack.
And of course, the big story here, pit stop under green. We're giving you some split screen action so you can keep track of these things. But here's where you're going to see teamwork play the vital role that it does in Winston Cup racing, because the driver will get a break for about 12 seconds. That's 135-degree heat out there in that cockpit he's fighting right now while he's fighting with all these other drivers. So he gets a timeout, maybe 12 seconds. And if one guy makes a mistake on pit road and costs him a second, that costs him 300 feet on the track. So you want to be on your toes, and those veteran crews that have been together a while. And I might point out that John Andretti's crew has now been together for 2 years, and they have spent some of this time in the winter period preparing for just such a moment as this.
Ricky Rudd coming into the pits now as Dave Marcus, Chad Little, and Robert Presley go out. So pit stops.
Rudd there in 11th position as he comes onto pit road.
There was Presley getting his speed up as the leaders went by, so he went a lap down. Bobby Hamilton and Richard Petty's car is also going out of the pits.
Grissom and Dahlin back in. And here's Mike Joy.
All right, I'm
back. Pat Trice and Randy Usher carry the tires around for Dave Anthony and Bill Johnson to change. John Bryan has the car in the air. Randy Hildreth first can of gas. Carl Larson with the second can. Chris Pinto on the catch can. Around to the left side. Crew chief Richard Groom is upstairs spotting. Ross Friesinger runs things here in the pit. Left side tires going on. Wipe of the grill. The clean in all the way down. And he is away. Ken?
Andretti stays first. Elliott goes to second. Critical time in the race. Kenny Wallace has just pitted. Bobby Labonte in and out. Brett Bodine making his pit stop. This all under green as you follow the leaders coming down out of turn number 2 with Andretti in first. Elliott in second. And back to third comes Dale Jarrett.
Well, that's 3 Fords up front. It's been a long time since you've seen a Ford able to run a full gas stop and still be in front. They have good downforce this year. Boy, they're going to be tough.
Some of them coming into the pits. Bill Elliott, all of them coming in.
All of them coming in.
There's your partners.
Yep. Pick you one. And they'll pick the one who makes a pit stop equal to them. Some of these will make better pit stops than others.
And the square dance begins on pit road. We follow Elliott onto pit road. Andretti is in. Andretti already up. All of them coming to a halt here. Here's Mike Joy.
On the right front of Bill Elliott's car, Joe Garone, who used to work with the Rick Corelli's Super Truck effort. Charles Wright on the rear, Jerry Lum with the jack, Jimmy Penland with the gas. This is a fast stop. 2 tires for Elliott. Here's Dick Berggren.
Lots of new guys on Earnhardt's pit. The front tires used to be Andy Petrie. This time it's Gene Dehart. Mike Ward is the jack man. He's new today, and they had a tough pit stop. David Hodge. Well, that was a quick pit stop for Dale Jarrett. They changed all 4 tires, cleaned the wire on the front, and of course they put a couple of turns in that left rear spring to try and get rid of some of that push. He's got the left front, the right front fender is just slightly damaged, which is giving that push. They tried to alleviate it by changing the rear weight. Back to you, Ken.
See Earnhardt back to speed, and here's number 7 in trouble on pit road being pushed, and there's bigger problems than.
You can see the overflow there coming back from the radiator. It was running a little bit hot while he was stopped there. You could see it spewing water out. That gets the driver's attention when it goes up on the windshield like that.
Hut Strickland on pit road. Here's Mike.
Here's that Cale Yarborough-owned car. Cale is up on top of the truck.
Yeah,
Jeremy Mayfield. Behind the wheel is Fuzz Bergdorf. Goes to right sides.
Maybe because your back is hurting.
Al Allen is done on the right.
You're looking for relief.
The second can of gas in. Left side, wheels and tires are on. 5 lug nuts.
I had to go out and dump the lube before I forget. I have to drain the pipes manually when the tank starts to get full, and it was getting full last night, and I figured I better, the minute I thought about it, I ran out and did it so I didn't forget. After what you went through, Pops, I didn't want to do that either.
Changer didn't get the right rear wheel tight. Oh boy. Right rear wasn't on tight. They had to come back in and do it again.
Oh, Tim don't like that stuff.
These green flags stopped, and it was an extra stop for John Andretti. So he has to stitch up his morale and try to come back into this thing from a lap down.
Lap down, no.
They go a lap down because the leaders are in the same corner. As he comes off and starts down the back straightaway, the leaders leaders are in the middle of number 1 and 2 corner.
All of that drafting strategy they were planning, nobody came out with anybody else out there. Bill Elliott has a big advantage right now over Dale Jarrett.
I think I'm going to take my puppy dog for a walk today. It's nice and cool out. She would like that. I think I want to go down and check out way down. See what they're doing.
Controls volatility and fights vaporization.
Back here at Daytona, after 280 miles, 13 different leaders, 21 lead changes, speed at 158 miles an hour, and 3 caution periods thus far in the race. Cars out of the race officially? Well, here they are. Dick Trickle and Derek Cope, and we understand you can add a third name to that list, and that would be Sterling Marlin, who had been trying to win it 3 years in a row. Here's your leader at the present time with a very handsome advantage. First to second, 2 5/10 of a second. Bill Elliott over Dale Jarrett, but Jarrett is closing.
Yeah, about 3 laps ago, he was 4.5 seconds, and now Jarrett has hooked up with John Andretti, and they are closing in fast. Elliott just sitting out there running by himself, no drafting help. Now, a bunch of the cars back behind them have been able to hook up together. They came out of the pits pretty far apart, but now they've closed back in, so they've picked up a big draft there as well.
Now, Andretti is a lap down. John Andretti is in 29th position, a lap down from the leaders after that extra pit stop. But he's up there running with the front crew, hoping to get a break and get himself back around. We've seen others do it lots of times, make up ground, including Bill Elliott, the man currently leading this race.
Ken, you see Bill Elliott going down through there, but these cars that are right behind him are all hooked up in a fast draft. They'll run him down within the next 2 to 3 laps unless he finds somebody that's running equal to his speed to hook up with before they get there.
Now, Bill Elliott only got right side tires that time. That's one reason he got the big advantage. He didn't change all 4 tires, sitting out there running by himself.
Back on the track, Jeff Gordon, well down after he had trouble bouncing off the wall in turn 4. Gordon is many laps down, like 105, but he's out there giving it a try, trying to pick up some points, because at the end of the year, when they get to Atlanta for the grand finale, those points really can count. So what 34 points made the difference for the national championship this year. Bill Elliott has now led in 9 Daytona 500s. Here's Mike Joy.
Terry Labonte had a lengthy pit stop with the hood up. Garrett Ehart, what's the problem?
Well, we thought we had a broke valve spring. We still may have. We don't know. The motor's pretty flat. I don't know. We're just going to ride around and try to end the day. We don't have a shot at doing anything.
That's tough news. They had such a good run going. He's now 2 laps down in what, 34th position. Terry Labonte, remember we saw that number 5 car out there showing the way for so long. And now look at the battle. It's beginning to collect up in front. Remember, as you watch the number 94 of Bill Elliott in the lead, that John Andretti car is a lap down. And the guy he's dragged along with him, Dale Jarrett, 93 winner.
That was within 2 laps there. That's how much advantage the draft has on these cars. Now, Bill Elliott will get an advantage now that they've caught up to him, and it'll be hard to pass him.
Now, certainly, John Andretti has helped to pull Dale Jarrett up there to Bill Elliott, but also Jarrett has helped John Andretti. If he can pass Bill Elliott now, that'll put him back in the lead lap, and his car has been fast enough here all day long that he might be able to stay out there, and if he should get a caution, put him right back in this thing.
Putting a lap on Jeff Gordon. Elliott out in front. He's had some good luck in the past few years. He's not won a race for a while. He said one day you wake up and you think you've forgotten how to drive a race car. Believe me, he hasn't, as he stays in front now. But look at this closing on him. Here's Dale Jarrett trying to move under Andretti. Andretti 1 lap down to the leader. Now 1 lap down to both the 88 and the 94. But maybe not for long.
No, maybe not for long, because the 37 is coming back. And while they're racing, that group of cars behind them, Earnhardt and them are going to catch up to them. They need to be singled out because those other cars are coming in a hurry back there.
Ned, look at the advantage that Bill Elliott has now that they started running side by side. Bill Elliott's starting to stretch his lead just a little bit on him.
They came up to Elliott, thought they would be able to pull right around, but they were not able to.
Why would John want to continue to work the outside there? Why wouldn't he want to tuck in, try to get those Fords away from those Chevys?
Oh, that's a good question.
I'd say that Earnhardt never going, oh, yeah, this is fine with me,
yeah.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, they love it.
That interval has really closed up. You see that 30 car? That's Johnny Benson, the Grand National champion a year ago.
Look at Earnhardt coming up on the inside there. He puts Benson away. That car is flying. He shucked that.
I'll be right back. Now I gotta walk.
Going up through there with
Walk
and now
the
moves
pup.
himself into contention to catch Bill Elliott.
Benson is a lap down in 30th. His first Winston Cup performance. Excuse me. That's a little close. See Jeff Kodai's number 7. Jeff hasn't been having as much fun as he wanted out here today. Jeff is 1 lap down in 28th position in the black number 7.
The green car you see here, Robert Presley, just behind Dale Earnhardt. He's run a great race today. He's moved himself into contention also.
Yes, he has. Robert Presley did not have the kind of year he wanted a year ago. Battled Ricky Craven for Rookie of the Year and lost out in that venture. But today, looking strong. Andy Petrie, now the crew chief, as Ned pointed out earlier. Jeff Gordon back in the garage area. Looks like he's clambering out for the final time. His 500's over. Here's David.
Well, Andy Petrie, the crew chief on Robert Presley's car, took a gamble and only put 2 tires on, the outside tires on that pit stop. And they came in and they did the whole stop was just in 10 seconds. So they came in 12th position and returned in 5th. And of course, as you say, now they're up to 4th. Back to you again.
And they're really staying with this field. There you see that number 33 of Robert Presley. Great racing family, the Presleys.
Yeah, his father, Bob Presley, I think is finally giving it up. He's well into his 50s, but I think he's about ready to quit racing.
You see Elton Sawyer in the number 27 getting lapped out here. Elton Sawyer running 2 laps down in 33rd position as Presley and Schrader hitch up in a draft and close up on those leaders. Talk about close racing. All these lead changes, 21 lead changes among 13 drivers. It sure is a driver's race this year. Top 3. Top 2.
Yeah, actually.
On the lap down.
But Andretti had dropped back there with Earnhardt in that group, and he pulled back away from them and caught Elliott and Jarrett once again. But Earnhardt, he's sucking right on up there too.
Earnhardt was there a moment ago and then pulled back about 6 or 7 car lengths. I don't think he's pulled that bow back as far as he can before this one's over yet.
I have such a good puppy dog. She had to potty. Yes, you good girl.
And thanks very much, John.
As we watch this instant again, he is so famous for his one-liners. I can remember '89, that terrible crash. There was nothing left of an Indy car up at Pocono, Pennsylvania. 4 weeks later, they put him back in a car in Nazareth, Pennsylvania, and he said, ouch, I wasn't walking,
holy
but I was driving.
You could see then that Robert Presley did get into the outside wall coming off turn 4. Or 2, rather, pardon me.
Let's go to Mike Joy.
Ken Schrader can hear, but he can't talk. They think that they've broken the plug on the top of the radio. They want to replace it. Andy Lovell's brought a whole new radio set here, but they have to also replace the push-to-talk switch and the whole radio harness. They'll have to do that under a fairly lengthy caution so Schrader doesn't lose all his track position. He can't hear, but Ned and Buddy, you probably know best how drivers would communicate with their pit crews without radios.
And as you look at that, Hand signals for sure.
Green, green, green.
You see Ricky Craven showing up in the top 10 here. He's in 7th, number 41, just in front of Schrader as they come down the line. Schrader 8th, Craven 7th. Earnhardt 6th, Musgrave 5th, Kyle Petty, Mark Martin, and that's the radio of Dale Jarrett you hear on the start with Bill Elliott showing the way.
They both went into the pits running first and second, came out of the pits running first and second. Ken, we might mention that Brett Bodine actually led a lap, at least one lap there during that caution. He stayed out, didn't make a pit stop until late, got him 5 bonus points. Brett on his own team this year, minus Junior Johnson. Drove for Junior Johnson last year, and Junior Johnson has sold out. First time since this racetrack opened back in 1959 that Junior Johnson has not been here either as a driver or as a car owner.
Junior, who won this race in its second outing, he is missed.
See Mark Martin along here right now. He's in 3rd place. He's 4th in the lineup right there. Bodine is a lap down, but Mark Martin is running a very conservative race. He hadn't been much in the spotlight, but he's right
somebody's
up front
scraping
now.
the wall.
You see him on the outside there as Dale Earnhardt starts to muscle by him on the inside.
And how about Kyle Petty running up there in the top 5? He must have been one of those that only made a problem.
Bad wreck in turn 2. That's Mike Wallace, number 90, front end gone on the Donlevy car. Let's see what else is in there. I think Brett Bodine, the man we were just talking about, who lost a car out here early on in the practice, had one burned down on him. Loy Allen is in it, and look at Mike Wallace's car. Short in front and back, racing back to the line. Elliott comes across first, Dale Jarrett second, Earnhardt third.
Jeez.
Heavy hit on the Mike Wallace car, number 90.
The only 3 brothers sat in the race today, Mike Wallace, Kenny Wallace, and Rusty Wallace.
The good thing, you could see Mike Wallace moving around in there. He's unhooking all the equipment that you have to hook up to run a race like this, but he is moving around in the car quite well.
Apparently he's told them that he's okay. They aren't motioning for any, and here comes Mike out of the car.
That's always good news.
Started 17th today. Mike Wallace has won over, 300 short track races out in the Missouri area. Takes a look at the shambles of car number 90.
And he was one of those drivers that was still in the lead lap before this happened.
Having a good run today. Bobby Labonte may have got a piece of that too in car number 18. There's the Loy Allen car.
Let me explain. You see them all getting in the ambulance there. It's mandatory when you have an accident on major speedways, you go and have just a precautionary checkup.
And it looked like that Mike Wallace was sort of in the middle of a 3-car deal there. His car got loose, and
his car did just exactly what Andretti's did. The back end started around, and he couldn't. Boy, it's hard to catch one once it starts sideways like that.
I think the greatest save we've seen was his brother down here in the race the other day, making a save on pit road. Came down here 160 miles an hour, but was able to. There's Bobby Labonte's car around on the inside. That's the car on the right of your screen. There's Mike on the upper side. And right behind him is Brett Bodine.
And you can see those roof flaps employed as when the car turns goes backwards. You can see the mayor on the 90 car, and Bobby Labonte's a little bit earlier. When the car gets backwards, then those roof flaps come up, help to hold the car down on the track.
Seagulls flying like heck out of the way too. That's pretty silly.
Daytona.
Well, Buddy Baker said almost everybody drove for Judy Dunleavy. He's right. I drove for Judy Dunleavy in Michigan in 1976, 20 years ago.
Right.
Had a huge spin coming up turn 4, spun right in the pit lane, and Judy thought that was great driving. I didn't have to tell him. That's the way it ended up. Back to you in racing, Ken.
All right. 140 laps complete as they go back to green with Elliott, Jarrett, Earnhardt, the top 3. Mark Martin is in 4th. Ricky Craven, the sophomore, out of Newburgh, Maine, up into 5th spot. Kyle Petty into 6th. Ken Schrader 7th. Musgrave 8th. Ricky Rudd is 9th. And Rusty Wallace from dead last up to 10th position. And he's already been in 1 scrape today and right back into the top 10.
wants to go for the lead. Dale Earnhardt's coming with him.
Schrader looking high and low for place to run. And look at Jarrett carry the Ford up in front. That Quality Care Ford credit card back in front with Earnhardt right there in second.
Boy, what a great shot there. You could see Earnhardt's car gaining up on Jarrett as they start into turn one. Look at this, 3 wide down in the middle of turn one.
Ooh, that is close and that is not good. Get out of there, Kyle. Get in single file or in double file.
Finds it.
Johnny Benson in the yellow car, number 30. He's the rookie in the race. The only rookie in the field this year.
He's running in 27th a lap down. There are 23 cars officially reported in the lead lap. 23 cars in the lead lap. That as of lap 141, 352.5 miles.
You know, Mark Martin said yesterday, I was talking to him in the garage area, he said this car probably won't show itself until about halfway. How right he was. You see him there in third spot right now. The car is very good in the corners.
To David Hobbs.
Well, I'm with Mike Wallace just at the hospital. You look okay. What happened?
Lake looks loose.
No, I really don't know what happened. We went down in there, the field stacked up on top, and I went to the bottom, and all of a sudden the car turned sideways. I mean, I don't know if I just got it loose, and then I gathered it back up, and it's like it blew a right rear tire or something. I really don't know what happened. I just know I wrecked, and unfortunately probably took 2 or 3 other good cars with us, and Alec Myers Ford Thunderbird was really running well today. We had a new sponsor on board with Klauser Furniture Industries, and it's a shame. You know, we ended up last year this way, and we really thought we had a good day going. We're just trying to be patient, and I guess I wasn't patient enough.
Well, there's another disappointed driver from the Daytona 500, Mike Wallace. Better luck next time, and good luck this year.
Ken? Candid and honest and straightforward, the middle of the Wallace brothers.
Whoa, Lake. God, they're so close.
Bill Elliott's trying to go up on the high side there. There's Rusty Wallace up high as well.
There's Ricky Craven down at the bottom in the 41. Craven started 36 in this race today.
Having a great run here now.
We mentioned Robert Presley has taken over from Waddell Wilson as crew chief. Ooh, Schrader almost into the back end of Bill Elliott there in the 94. And all of a sudden, Kyle Petty becomes a big factor. Oh, that's close. And one car driven on the pit road. That is Kenny Wallace wide open at 160. He got bumped coming down out of 4. And he does a duplicate, a replay of what his brother did. Looked like 97 squeezed him a little there. Whoa.
That was some heads-up driving. You saw his brother do it here on Thursday in the 125-mile qualifiers.
You know those brothers, anything you can do, I can do better. Boy. Take a look at a replay in a moment. Meanwhile, up
that guy's fearless.
Martin Jarrett back at it again.
Dale and Dale show. And those fans are loving it.
The Dale and Dale show for the moment, but there's a lot of other ingredients just behind this.
You're right, buddy.
Take a look at this replay, folks, of what just happened up here in turn 4. That's Kenny Wallace in the 81. Just gets bumped, and he made the absolute right decision. Anything else would have been disaster.
It absolutely would. If he would have gotten on the grass, he would have had no control over the car. He just steered her right down pit road, kept his foot in the accelerator, and kept going. Let's go to the pits and David Hobbs.
Well, another victim of that crash is Loy Allen. Loy, what happened out there?
And I really don't know. A couple of cars in front of me got together, and we just kind of got pinned against the wall, and I couldn't get away. But you know, I can't say enough about this Health Source team. I think they showed some people they've got a car that can run, and you know, we'll be back next time.
Pole position a couple of years ago, out of the race today, not too good.
No, but I think we showed some people as far as the team and everything that we've got a car that can run, and I think we're looking forward to the year that's coming up.
Okay, well, there's Loy Allen's story. Back to you, Ken.
And the story right now is that for the first time since lap 25, Earnhardt is leading in this Daytona 500, trying to win it for the first time. 28 wins at Daytona. He won the IROC. He won the 125s. Set on the pole. Kind of superficiality gets to you after a while. Who's that singer that says that? Hey, geez, he's won everything here, but he can't win this 500. Oh, what a shot. Here comes Jarrett back another time. Couldn't get through that one. I can't believe that Earnhardt can lose this.
There's Dollar back on the inside in the white car, Lake Speed in the middle in the 9 car, and here's Ted Musgrave in car number 16. A lot of close racing there off turn 4.
Last lap at 188.4.
Very, very fast car, but right now he's afraid to move offline and maybe get caught out by himself. So he's going to look to the outside again as they go down the back straightaway. He may have found out something just a second ago about how good his car was on the high line.
Mark Martin's telemetry in 6th spot.
See what his speed is now, but they are far in the race as he is. You can see those RPMs going up there to about 67.50.
Ned, we were showing like 191, 192, 193 earlier. All you could see there was like 187, so they've dropped off a little bit. As the tires get worn and you start sliding a little more in the corners, you scrub off more speed on the race car.
Yep, the track gets a little bit slicker and definitely makes a difference.
Engines get a little more life here than they will at a place like Rockingham, buddy.
Oh boy, I tell you what. People that think that restrictor plate racing isn't good, just look at this. This has been a great race all day, side-by-side running. You see Kyle Petty there in the 42 on the outside. Look from third place back. I mean, this is a dog fight.
And they've taken what? When you look at those RPMs, there's about 3,000 here you use on other tracks that are not being used for these restrictors. Well, sure, it makes for great racing.
Well, you go all the way around this racetrack. The best car I ever had here, I only lost like 200 RPMs in the corner halfway through the race, and that was running wide open all the way around the racetrack, lap after lap after lap. And the only thing that dictated the speed differential was how much you slid in the corners.
Dick Berggren.
Dale Earnhardt has never been more committed to winning any single race than he is committed to winning this year's Daytona 500. He has tested over 3,000 miles since the conclusion of last season. They did 3 Daytona tests, a Talladega test, using 3 different drivers. Mike Skinner, the truck driver, did a bunch of it. Earnhardt did a bunch of it. Dave Marcus did a bunch of it. And they built a brand new car for today's race. He really wants to win this thing, Ken Squire.
Put it on the pole. There's an $83,000 bonus if he can win from the pole today. It's the 11th time that Chevy has started this race from that front position. And for Earnhardt, what a payoff if he can pull this one home.
I imagine Earnhardt would like to see another Chevrolet getting this mix up here. Those Fords are ganging up on him just behind him there. There's about 3 or 4 of them there that are really good race cars. And later on in the race, that might have something to do with the outcome.
Could very well have. Let's go back to the pits and David Hobbs.
Well, the third player in that schmozzle up there in turn 2 and 3 was Brett Bodine. Boy, this is your first race as a team owner, and this week's not turned out too good.
Well, it really hasn't, but, you know, we're not going to give up, David. Every time we had a misfortune and having to bring out another car, this team brought out a better car, and today we had a darn good one. This Lowe's Thunderbird was really running well. You know, we started dead last, worked ourselves right up into the top 15, and the car was very comfortable. We just made a mistake on pit road and lost a lot of track position, and that's what got us back there where the trouble was on this particular accident.
Well, there's a very confident new team owner, Brett Bodine. Back to you, Ken.
For the lead, side by side, Jarrett in the 88. Earnhardt on the outside, but mixing it up now. Here comes the man from Dawsonville, Georgia.
Yeah, Bill Elliott pulled up behind Dale Jarrett and just gave him the push that he needed to go right on around Dale Earnhardt. And as Buddy said, those Fords sort of gaining up on Earnhardt there right now. You got Elliott, you got Mark Martin back there, and Jeff Burton is right behind him. Ken Schrader, he is in the mix there right behind Earnhardt now.
Reviewing the front of the field, Jarrett, Earnhardt, Elliott, Martin, Schrader, Kyle Petty, Ricky Craven, Ricky Rudd, Morgan Shepherd, all up here in this group and more.
Sneezing fit.
Yeah, it's just kind of tag team right now. everybody's got good race cars, and if you get to the outside, it looks like you're just in trouble because they make the move pretty easy. Look at Schrader's hands here through the corner. Very, very nice. The car is very stable. As he comes off the corner, you'll see him just straighten up a little bit to go down the straightaway.
That is Bodine tagging Lake Speed.
Oh, we're done.
In the 44,
Oh,
the
my.
guy that won that race 200-miler a week ago, and it looks like Robert Presley's been caught as well.
Bobby Hamilton is involved in it. Chad Little,
Morgan Shepherd. Big incident in turn 4. That'll be caution number 6.
I know we ran really well. I don't remember if we crashed out or not. That was a wreck, but I think that's not enough to wreck us. Have to see the rundown.
And there you
There's
see
David
the
Lee
44
Murphy.
car, and there is Jeff Bodine.
Yep. Tough luck.
That kind of says it all.
Yep, new sponsor this year. Just got caught up in something not of his own making. I guess not. We'll take a look here and see what happened.
Replay. Watch the 7, bottom of the racetrack.
Well, they were trying to go 3 wide.
There by Bodine on the left rear corner.
Okay, Jeff's going to say that Lake come down into him. He was riding where Lake would have no clue he was there. Even with the spotter. I mean, that call would have been he's looking.
Yep.
Poor Robert Presley.
He stuck his finger in the snake mouth.
Morgan Shepherd's car getting collected just on the end of that wreck. Got a low angle look from inside turn 4 here, buddy, that give you a pretty good idea what happened.
Wow. Jeff Bodine hit very hard on the outside wall. He gets into Chad Little there. See Jeff Purvis in the 44 car spinning round and round as he's coming at the camera. There's a car of Richard Petty, Bobby Hamilton driving it. He's spinning down through the grass.
Chad Little
Lake's
was
cruising.
23rd when that incident happened. Here's pit road.
So far, a regular pit stop.
This is on lap 160.
Around the other side.
And they can certainly make it on fuel as far as that is concerned. Let's go to the pits and Dick Burkett.
Earnhardt, a very cool move. He took only 2 tires, just the outside tires, gas, and he's gone.
Yeah, he's going, so there's nothing wrong. They might have pulled a little bit of a rear fender, but all is good on Lakes.
Drivers will lose track position, but they'll be set to go the distance. Ken?
Stuff like this always gets Lake fired up.
Off the jack, number 94, away. Bill Elliott. Jarrett, Earnhardt, Elliott, Schrader, Martin, all among these top 2. Be interesting to see where Ricky Craven comes out. He's up there in those top 6. Apparently everybody okay from this latest wreck up here in Calamity Corner, number 4, David Hobbs.
Well, I'm with Chad Little, who was involved in that deal in the front oval here. 27th position at the time, and you just squeaked in the other day when we spoke to you. Tough day.
Yeah, it's a shame, darn it. You know, I thought we were running pretty good. The guys told me we were up to almost the top 10, and you know, the car was really handling good. I wasn't having a problem driving high or low, and it's just it's unfortunate for Sterling Cowboy. It was their first race, and it's just, you know, you saw how tight it was out there for so many laps in a row, and it's just someone got together right in front of me, and then it was just a melee.
So there you have it from Chad Little across the grass here on the Tri-Oval. Back to you, Ken.
Tough one for Chad Little. Great racer out of Spokane, representing the Northwest so well. But his day is over in the 500. There's still 100 miles to be traveled. Capital letters, Earnhardt.
And the third place car there is Michael Waltrip. We saw the damage on his Ford a little bit earlier. They worked on it a lot, but he's right up there now. But I don't know, Buddy, if he can hang on with all that damage that he has to the car.
The only chance he has, Ned, is to get very close in the draft and try to tuck up under somebody, because he has a lot of aerodynamic damage to the right front, as you can see as he comes off turn 4 there.
Look at Jarrett. Look to the inside of Johnny Benson running a lap down. Johnny Benson in that Bahari number 30 in the middle of that and sporting his way through on the bottom. Here comes Jarrett again. Meanwhile, up in front for the lead, Craven on the bottom. To the top comes Earnhardt.
I think Craven's going to let Earnhardt go and
Something was up in the mid to rear end of the pack there. Maybe Speedy Dry.
Jarrett sort of got caught down on the inside. Thought he had a run there to get him up to second. Didn't quite work.
And this is the test. We'll know whether the 21 can actually get through the air clean right now. He looks like he has a lot of straightaway speed there. You see there, 3 wide going into turn 3 right at the moment.
And it's Jarrett making the move. What a great move.
Oh, Craven got almost lost.
He was down on the apron.
Get the smelling salts for Ned. Whoa.
Let's give a call for Rusty Wallace. He's sitting right there in contention right now. He has to feel like this is a major victory for him in the past 3 or 4 years. Nothing but trouble here at Daytona, but he's up front now.
43rd position up into 4th. He took the handrail on the outside and pulled himself up through this field.
There's a whole group fighting really hard for last.
Jarrett back underneath him another time.
Jarrett's car is so strong coming off of turn 2. Here comes Craven down on the inside.
Craven coming back.
There's Jarrett trying to take the measure of Michael Waltrip.
Do not adjust your set. Do not go away. Hold on to that couch. This is going to be some finish.
See Ricky Craven there trying to get by Michael Waltrip in the 21 car, and does so.
167 of 200 laps are complete. Craven puts it back in again to 3rd spot. Schrader pulls up on the inside.
Good boy, you guys. Spread out.
And Earnhardt out in front.
See Kenny Schrader, the Budweiser car on the outside. He has a very strong car. He's running right by himself and actually making a move into 3rd place.
Earnhardt has stolen the Buddy Baker line, and he has said down here, hey, I won the Daytona 499 lots of times. Here's David Hobbs.
Jeff Bodine, it seemed like you and Lake Speed got together coming up turn 4. What happened?
Let me check my teeth. That hit hard. It jarred my teeth pretty bad. That was a hard hit. It got jammed up coming off turn 4, and I think Lake slid over in front of me. I couldn't stop, couldn't slow down quick enough, but tapped him and caused a hell of a wreck. The only good thing about wrecking this time of the race is you get to beat the traffic home, but I'd rather be right into traffic out there on the track. You know, I feel bad for QVC, our brand new sponsor this year. We wanted to do well. It was exciting out there for them. I know we've made them race fans, and we'll be back next week, of course, with a different car, but it's going to be a good year for us. Not a good way to start out, but all you QVC fans, don't worry, we're going to get rolling next week. And call in, remember, I need a new car. You got to buy some stuff so I can pay for it.
Oh, my heart, there he goes.
Well, Jeff Bodine using the David Hobbs philosophy at Le Mans. Always get home by dinner. Tough to see you go, Jeff. Back to you, Ken.
Take a look at that move by the Wood brothers, number 21. That was some piece of driving by Michael Waltrip, and he's up into 2nd place.
I tell you what, if I was the Wood brothers, the next car that I built, I would bend the front end up just like that, because that car is really strong.
Well, here comes Jarrett back on the inside once again. Michael was able to get a run when Ken Schrader run up on the outside of Jarrett, and now Schrader's up on the outside of Earnhardt.
The one thing I've noticed, Ned, is that Kenny Schrader's strong enough to make his move without a great deal of help from anybody. He passed 2 or 3 cars to get himself into 2nd place here, but Earnhardt's another case here. You see that Dale Jarrett is running right under Earnhardt's back there. We'll just have to see who really has the muscle now.
Well, you wonder if that high groove might be coming in a little bit here now. Most of them have been running the low groove up to this point.
That's a great point, and that's where Wallace worked his way up through. That's where Schrader's working now.
Mark Martin helping Schrader to try to get by Earnhardt as they go down.
Oh, that doesn't look good. Ooh.
Well, there's the interval, and you're looking at the interval from 1st back to about 20th.
Almost looked like he was going to hit the curb.
Here's Mike Joy.
Ken, a deal was made during the caution flag. Dale Jarrett, Kenny Schrader, and Mark Martin agreed on the radio they would work together. Jarrett threw the deal out the window as soon as they dropped the green, but Schrader and Martin have hung together and gotten to the front that way, Ken.
Schrader and Martin are definitely there. And now it's Schrader just in front of Jarrett, a brother of Earnhardt, and then Jarrett back there in 3rd. Jeff Burton's a factor again.
look at this group. That second group is called up now. They're racing side by side, which will allow people to get by. You see Bill Elliott trying on the bottom with Jeff Burton there, trying to get by, to get up in that drafting position.
That 4-car draft on the bottom could make a difference here. Led by Jeff Burton in the 99. Right behind him, Bill Elliott. Ricky Rudd tailing along with... Oh,
Wally Dallenbeck in a tight situation there.
Almost took Musgrave into the wall. That is close. There's the interval. That's 0.129 seconds. Look at that.
There's the Jarrett family. Glenn over there.
Boy.
Kelly and the kids jumping up and down. Kelly's Dale's wife.
Zachary's already been in victory lane this week. He was there for the Busch Clash. He's a real pro, that Zachary.
He's a ham.
Yeah, I like him a lot. He's cool. Zachary's 15 months old over here watching his father lead this race.
You see Bill Elliott.
Look at Martin come to the inside. Slamming and bamming.
It's time. They got to start positioning themselves now. They got to go.
You see Michael Waltrip there caught on the outside. Jeff Burton moves right by him on the bottom side, or trying to. He's fighting back on the outside. That's killing them right now. They need to be in line if they plan to catch these two cars that we're looking at now.
How do you think it's going to go? First to second, second to first, right there on the screen. As Jarrett and Earnhardt, the Dale and Dale show, get ready to decide this $3,600,000 race. It's coming down to another Daytona shootout. Schrader on the inside tries to sneak a peek and come through. Mark Martin is up to fourth. A quick note from Dick Berggren.
Todd Parrott is Dale Jarrett's crew chief. We're getting on down to it. What you going to do, Todd?
Hopefully he can hold on and stay out front of those Chevrolets behind him. You know, he's drove a heck of a race all day long. We've had a good week here at Daytona, so, you know, we're just going to take what we can get. Right now it's looking pretty good, but he's got some awfully strong cars behind him.
He sure does, Ken Squire.
This is the kind of race you dream about winning. 7, 8, 12 cars in the draft all day out to 20. Richard Childress, who wanted so much to win this himself, he's won it as an owner.
This is a race just like you say. When you're born, if you want to be a race car driver, you dream of the day. You're leading the Daytona 500, fighting Dale Earnhardt, Kenny Schrader, Mark Martin as they come down.
That's Glenn Jarrett, Dale's older brother.
5 to go. And still Dale Jarrett with that 1 car length advantage.
But he's got to be sitting there wondering how much the Chevrolets have left and when are they going to strike.
And what about Mark Martin back there in the number 6? He's been knocking them down like bowling pins for a while. Schrader having such a great race. His crew looking on, anxious here. Mike Joy.
2 things we just heard on the scanner, Ken. One driver in that top pack just said there's going to be a huge fist fight after this. Tempers are flaring. Another Ford driver just asked his team owner if he could help one of those Chevrolets win this race. What would happen? Ken?
Politics coming into play.
Pressure's on.
When it gets right down to it on that last lap or the last lap or 2, I don't think it matters whether it's a Ford or a Chevrolet or whatever it is. Every one of those drivers wants to win the Daytona 500.
Drops down near the apron. He allows
Well, the only team cars I see out there is the number 6 of Mark Martin, and right behind him is Jeff Burton. The rest of them are out there on their own right now. But I'll be honest with you, right now it looks like the first 2 cars, it's going to be tough to come from where they're at and win this race.
Kyle Petty back in 18th, goes a lap down.
Earnhardt looks to the inside. Doesn't work.
So does Dale Jarrett.
Well, take your choice, folks. This is it. It's the Dale and Dale show once again. Ford is out in front. Chevy is in second. 18 years of trying for Earnhardt. He's there. He's in front. He'll use anything he's got to take this one out of the fire. Jarrett his own man. Ned Jarrett has said that Dale Jarrett, his son, is a much better race driver than he ever dreamed of being because he's such a great athlete. He's taken a lot of bad to the good because of his name. But he's proven he's his own man. Here comes Earnhardt on the outside.
2 laps to go.
And Schrader, all that trouble last year, time after time, engines erupting, the terrible crash at Talladega, and he kept on coming back. And here he is riding in third. Is there enough in that 25 to pull the upset? And Mark Martin has fought his way from 18th back into the top 4.
Ken, we've seen 4 abreast racing here all week long in practice. It may come down to that on the last lap. You never know.
They are getting tight. Elliott coming up on the outside. He wants to get in the thick of this thing. Here they come for the white flag one more time.
White flag, 2.5 miles to 7 to Daytona 500.
One to go. How about it, Ned? See if he can bring him home.
Well, he's got to do what he's been doing, block them all the way. That Ford is running awfully good. And like I told you in 1993, Dale, keep her down on the inside. Don't let him get down there, but he might try to come up on the outside coming off the turn. Here it is, the Dale and Dale show once again here at Daytona. Earnhardt trying to make a move. Look at him switch back and forth. Jarrett blocks him one more time. Here comes Earnhardt to the inside, but he can't make the move. And the Chevrolets race each other back there. Jarrett hanging on down on the inside. Come on, Dale. Put her in the best, buddy. Do all you can. Winning 2 Daytona 500s would be too much. Here he comes to the line, and Dale Jarrett is going to pull it off at Daytona, his second Daytona 500 win. Wow. It's almost as good as it was the first time.
Poor Earnhardt, man.
Oh, that is unbelievable.
I really didn't think he could hold them all.
But that was a good finish. I got chills.
Great victory for Jarrett. He's done it for the second time in the 38th running of the great American race. Put the name Jarrett at the top of the list. Dale Jarrett's done it. We're going to meet him in a moment. A dramatic finish today. Earnhardt gave it everything he had, threw everything he had at that number 88. But when it was over, the Robert Yates car has won. And there's Zachary, a little concerned.
Oh, Zachary, you don't know what's going on.
We'll see you in a minute, Zachary, with your dad. The Daytona 500, it's history, and it's great history. Some of the best racing history you'll ever see.
We finished.
Right here on CBS.
I think we were 1 lap down. Different time and place. For real.
All right.
See where we finish.
Problem eating on the racetrack, Ken.
Communications problem indeed. There was no problem in the communications with the number 88 Cup champion was a guy named Ned Jarrett. Now there is a 2-time champion in the biggest race at this series run. His kid, Dale Jarrett, looked terrific out here today. As you take a look at these final results, the unofficial results for the final time on today's race. Musgrave ended up in 7th. Elliott was 8th. Michael Waltrip. What's it mean to win this race, Russ, buddy?
Well,
14.
It's just everything. I can't imagine what he must be feeling.
I didn't remember us wrecking, but I also didn't remember us setting the world on fire, which makes sense.
Just feel like everything's great today, and this is what you're groomed for, the Daytona 500.
And, of course, a lot of disappointments here for a lot of drivers today. Those that came in here with thinking they might could win the Daytona 500. One of them was Ernie Irvin. Of course, he went out early. And John Andretti ran very strong. Sterling Marlin had his problems. So, you know, where there's glory, there's also disappointment.
It sure is. 42. And Zachary, is that?
No, that's Robert Yates.
That's Robert Yates' grandson.
Yeah, he's the only grandson.
Oh, gracious.
That's son.
Yeah. Bored with it all. All right. That's it today for the 38th running of the Daytona 500. For Ned Jarrett, Buddy Baker, Mike Joy, David Hobbs, and Dick Berggren. Ken Squire saying so long from Daytona Beach.
That was a pretty good one. I was here the day before from that picture, but I was there that day. I'll be uploading everything to this channel here, so this will be my outro. I'm glad everybody came by and hung out. This here I'm going to play till I raid out. Bye, guys. Man with him too, I see. These guys are going to the back pit. You see that? That's right. Going all the way around the back side. The 40 guys. Bye, Bex.